Welcome to the first Wednesday of the fall here at Keeneland Racecourse. Scott Hazelton alongside Gabby Gaudette. 5-day race week this week, same next week, and then into that 4-day race week to close things out before we start transitioning into a full swing for Breeders' Cup on November 4th and 5th. But good card today, nice feature race, which we'll talk about, and good weather, even though we had a sprinkle of rain here in the area earlier today.
We needed it. I can't remember the last time that it rained. Maybe a month and a half. It's been a long time.
It has been a long time. But before we start focusing our attention on today, well, actually, let's focus our attention on today. It's Wednesday, which means it's the Wednesday Challenge. Make sure, for those of you that are going to be on course, you've got an opportunity to enter this $10 contest, which has a $2,500 guaranteed pool. It is brought to you by Malone's. You can enter at Handicapping Central, which is on the first floor of the grandstand. Just ask any of the green coats or those folks from the betologists. They'll help you out as well. So $10 to enter, and it's a $2 mythical win place wager on races 3 through 8. So no money is needed minus that $10 entry fee, and the pool guaranteed at $2,500.
It's really fun to participate because, even with the Breeders' Cup betting challenge coming up, the NHC, tournaments are a lot of fun,
right.
And some people don't have the experience or the funds to do it. So this is kind of an easy way to ease on into it.
And there's a Toyota Super High Five carryover today. That's in the nightcap each and every day. Race number 8 today, Super High Five carryover, just shy of $8,000, $7,947 Super High Five carryover, the Toyota Super High Five carryover. But let's take a look back to Sunday and recap some of the highlights of that Sunday card. Center aisle, close finish for Paulo Lobo and OXO Equine with Gerardo Corrales, but her class prevails and she's able to hold on. Nice to see the daughter of Into Mischief get back into the winner's circle. And then Private Creed in the Indian Summer was filthy as far as that late kick that he has in those big long strides for Asmussen, the Keeneland September sales graduate.
He is such a big, beautiful, good-looking horse, and he ran to his looks there on Sunday afternoon. We take a look at And the Winner still the winner circle there for Private Creed. And here is And the Winner Is. I have not talked to Wayne Catalano, or I haven't heard him say the things that he has said about this horse. He is just so high on this horse, Scott.
He is. He touted him in the days leading up. We've got a chance to see him train on Saturday, and the Keeneland graduate lives up to the billing, punching his ticket in the Castle and Key Bourbon Stakes to the juvenile turf. And there's a look at Malathat doing what she has done each and every time that she showed up here at Keeneland. That is win, now a 2-time Grade 1 winner, the $1 million plus Keeneland September sales graduate from a few years back. There she is passing through the ring, but she was worth every penny and has lived up to the expectations set on her at that point in time. So a big weekend behind us. A lot to look forward to this weekend as we take a look at the jockey and trainer standings. Joel Rosario, one clear of Florent Giroux and Irad Ortiz Jr., Tyler Gaffalione, Johnny Velasquez round out the top 5. Al Stall Jr., Todd Pletcher with the most wins this meet with 3, Brad Cox with 2, Paulo Lobo with 2, Wayne Catalano with 2.
Nice.
What's the big name that's missing from this list? Wesley Ward.
Yeah.
Has Wesley, he had the one win with Golden Pal.
Golden Pal. He hasn't, I don't think he's had a lot of horses run.
He hasn't run a lot.
I mean, especially if you compare it to the spring. Spring is definitely when he's at his best because of all the 2-year-old races, all of the early 2-year-olds that he points for. So the conversation since Malathat won, who's the favorite in the distaff? Is it Malathat or Nest?
I don't know. It's probably Nest, I would say, with the way that she's done things as of late, and that's not taking anything away from Malathat, but
yeah,
there's not a lot of separation between
some
these
really
two
nice fillies and mares in the distaff this year.
There certainly are. Let's check in with our friends at WKYT for the Wednesday weather.
We are looking at a day that will include at least a chance of some showers and thunderstorms moving into the area. But overall, I think it's a bit of a drier day as we look ahead at the individual post times today. Mid-70s, 1 o'clock, that's pretty good. That'll come with a mix of sun and clouds. But then we get into the latter part of the afternoon going into the evening hours, and that scattered chance of showers and storms will start rolling in. Some of these are going to produce some gusty winds. Long before any rain gets here, I think the winds are going to be gusty as it stands anyway. So that's what we end up tracking out there for you. Warm, but at times it could be wet. I'm not saying it's a washout at the track, but we could see some rain move in and out of our skies. Good luck out there.
All right, so a chance of some rain maybe later on today, but as Gabby said, it's been so dry. Certainly feel like we could use some. Let's just not take on a ton. That would be ideal right now here in Lexington. All right, let's take now a look at our full card picks. Make sure you've downloaded the Keeneland Race Day app on your smartphone or tablet to keep up to date with all of our selections, as well as other individuals that are putting in a lot of work for these cards, and that there's not a single race minus race number 4 where we agree.
Yep, just race number 4. And again, I say this often, but it's true. These races are hard, and they're big fields and horses coming from all over the country, and it just makes them puzzles, but that's good. That's how you make money.
Social media, give us a follow on Facebook. That's at Keeneland. On Twitter, at Keeneland Racing. On Instagram, at Keeneland. And we've moved into the FanDuel era from TVG to FanDuel. Don't forget, you can still wager on the TVG app, but if you're wanting to watch today at Keeneland, download the FanDuel Plus app. Give them a follow on at FanDuel TV. Downloading the FanDuel Plus app will give you access to both FanDuel TV and FanDuel Racing, formerly TVG2. That's where you can find today at Keeneland each and every race day. That FanDuel Plus app is available on Roku, Amazon Fire TV, and Apple TV. And trust me, you're going to want to have that as we lead you up to the Breeders' Cup on FanDuel TV. There's just so much information, so many great features and things that you can access on demand. So make sure you download that FanDuel Plus app right now if you don't already have it. Today's featured race is race number 7. Part of the late pick 4 does start the late double. Some key scratches in here. Frank's Honor is out. Carmel Road. He actually ran in the Grade 1 at Claiborne Breeders' Futurity. He's headed back to Southern California. That's what the connections have told me with him. And then Counter Spy also withdrawn. So the morning line favorites, without a readjusted morning line, it's between Bourbon Spirit and the full horse Traffic Master.
All right. It's a big field, and all of the top connections are well represented. We have Brad Cox in there. We have Todd Pletcher. The list goes on and on. This is a very nice featured event.
I'm going to go to the number 2 horse and readjusting if Carmel Road was going to come back even on a 5-day turnaround, which I don't think was ever the plan. He's a very nice horse that will run better than what he did in the Claiborne Breeders' Futurity. I go to Bourbon Spirit, the 2. I know that we're not going to have an opportunity to show you back the video from the sapling, but in speaking to Brad Cox and watching it back at the same time, he really was aggressive. He was into the bridle, and he just would not switch off on that afternoon, and that ultimately caught up with him late in that race. So that's why Brad Cox is going to take the blinkers off this Keeneland graduate to try to get him to relax a little bit more. And even in defeat, he ran a pretty solid race because Lost Ark beat him. Lost Ark ran in the Claiborne Breeders' Futurity. He was 6th on Saturday. And then Major Dude, the horse that he held off, would come out of that race and win the Grade 2 Pilgrim Stakes in New York on the turf course. So it's a good bunch that he faced off against, and I think Bourbon Spirit, if he can relax down on the inside and switch off, I think that we have maybe not seen the best of this Liam's Map colt to date.
I think 2 things. 1, the blinkers coming off should help with that. But 2, this is his second start going long. And sometimes when you get a lightly raced horse going from 5 furlongs and they stretch out in distance, they can get a little keen. They don't know. They don't know. They can't really judge the pace early. Sure. That's why I think having a good mind as a 2-year-old is so important. Not to say that he doesn't, but he clearly couldn't switch things off. So I think second time going long will help him relax. Yeah,
so he's my top pick, 2, 4, 1. You go to the 1 over the 2. What led you in this direction as we readjusted our handicapping?
So I always liked Forbidden Secret. I just thought he needed his first race. It was a big improvement in his second race. He still was a little bit green, and he still looked like he wanted more distance. And then finally, third time was the charm. This was when he finally got the victory at 55 cents of the dollar. So he was well backed by the public in this field of 10. He got out of the gate really well. He managed to get a front-running position, and then he just geared down and just drew away from the field. You can see how visually impressive this race was. I think 2 things about this horse that's led to this success is 1, experience. He just looked like a horse that might have needed some time. He is a May foal, so that makes sense to me. And 2, he needs more distance. So I think he could even take another step forward, stretching out to the 1 1/16 today.
For more on the feature, here's Tom Leach.
Jockey James Graham has the mount on confidence game in this allowance feature. Tell me about that last race, what you learned about him.
Just not to squeeze on him too hard too early. No, he broke the first day when we broke his maiden. He broke really sharp. Didn't get away all that good the second time. First time going around the ground, and I kind of gave him a little squeeze to try and put him into position. but he got too aggressive, and I ended up being a little bit of a wrestling match. Let him get there a little sooner than I was hoping to get there, but look, he travelled into it beautiful. Let's hope now on Wednesday he settles a little bit, and we'll see what he does from there.
That previous race, very impressive. What was impressive to you?
Just everything. He's been a horse that's been coming around every time we've worked him.
And you've been working him, right?
Yeah, I've been trying to get him to settle as much as possible, and I think the last day he was so relaxed in the post parade, I thought he'd jump like he did the first time he broke his maiden, and he didn't, and I gave him a slap down the shoulder and I put him on go, and look, partially my own fault, and hopefully we can rectify that issue come Wednesday.
Good luck with him.
Thank you very much.
It's James Graham. He might be back here in the winner's circle with confidence, Kate.
All right, some good info there for a horse that should be a solid price, but the attention likely going to the inside too, that Gabby and I discussed on top. Let's move to our key races of the afternoon, and I'll start with race number 8, the final race today. It's on the grass course at a 1 mile, the flat mile. Again, the Toyota Super High 5 carryover for this race, $7,947. Rhetoric is the morning line favorite at odds of 3-1. That's for Brendan Walsh, moving from the West Coast out here for SF Racing, Starlight Racing, Matacat Stables. Brendan going to try this colt on the turf here today. I'm going to go to Legionnaire, who's 12-1 on the morning line in this spot. This is a colt by Into Mischief, who's a half-brother to the Toyota Bluegrass winner, Art Collector, who also won on grass. So the pedigree is there for Legionnaire. He finally broke his maiden in the race that we're going to show back for you at Ellis Park on the muddy track, and did so coming from off the pace. He went wide. It did not matter as he rallies down the center of the course and wins by a length in the end. He then ran into a tough first-level allowance group on the dirt course, and he was a middle price that day, so he didn't run terrible, finishing 4th in a field of 8. I'm just hoping that the move to the grass might be able to unlock something, and also Tom Drury Jr., who trained Art Collector to start his career and got that Toyota Bluegrass Stakes win under Tom Drury's barn, has now transitioned over to Bill Mott's barn. He knows this family, obviously, for Bruce Lunsford, and in this instance, Claiborne Farm getting involved as well. So I'll go with Legionnaire on top and looking for a price there. Coleridge second. We've already seen him take a step forward in his most recent start, going a mile and a 16th. And then the 8-horse, Great Heart for John Ortiz, another one that's gotten some good results in his 2 starts on the turf course here today. I'd be interested to see if that horse, who's the morning line favorite, ends up in that spot. Tough race to make a morning line for when you've got the Baffert horse coming this way. We've seen this in recent seasons, horses that are not quite working out for that program out there for Baffert, because we know what their goal is. It's to win grade 1s with 2-year-olds and try to get onto the Triple Crown trail. And if they don't work out, dirt races. So they'll come this way, and then they try to figure it out. And some of them work out, and some of them don't quite.
It is a tough morning line, and I even think Legionnaire might be a little bit shorter than the 12-1 as advertised odds. The way I approach this race, there are a few horses who are trying the turf for the first time. They might love it, and I will use these horses when you're looking at multi-race sequences. But I want to go with a horse that's actually proven that he likes the turf. So Legionnaire, I respect. Rhetoric, out of a very nice mare, hard not to like. She actually beat Tepin on the turf. So there is definitely turf pedigree for Rhetoric. But I went to the 12, Britain's Kitten, on the way outside. 15-1 on the morning line. This horse comes out of a second-place finish last time out at Ellis. However, this is the race at Churchill Downs. This was his second start off of the layoff. This was a mile and a 16th on the turf at Churchill Downs. Yeah, a slower pace, but I don't think you can put a lot of stock in the fractions that we've seen on the Churchill turf course over the past couple of months. This horse finished second by a dirty nose in the end. It looked like he actually was going to hold on for the victory there, the 12 Britain's Kitten. I've liked what I've seen from his performances on the turf. And maybe, if the dirt horses transition their form to the turf, yes, their figures are faster and they're probably going to win, but there's a strong case to be made that maybe they won't. So I would use the 12 Britain's Kitten as a long shot in there.
You just don't know until you try it. I mean, that's the reality of this sport, whether it's adding blinkers, taking blinkers off, trying short, trying long, switching up surfaces, the 3 different surfaces that we race over here in North America. You just don't know. So we'll find out, and those answers will come after we put our wagers in, but that's the point of handicapping. That's the challenge that we accept each and every day when we're playing these races here at Keeneland Racecourse. So that's our look at race number 8. Wanted to bring you a new segment here for this Wednesday afternoon card. Our producer, Isaac, who does so much work into this show each and every morning here on Today at Keeneland, he went through the entire field and noticed something that I don't know that I've ever, first of all, looked at or recognized or even seen. There's one horse running today at Keeneland that has won here in the past on that particular surface that they're running in. Just one in this entire 8-race card. It's the race number 4 today, Mulberry Street. And here he is when he broke his maiden all the way back in 2020 at odds of 4-1. This was early on in his career. He would then go on and run against some pretty nice horses, including in his 3rd lifetime start at Churchill. After this, he ran into Idol, who would become a Grade 1 winner at Santa Anita later on that year. So Mulberry Street, the only horse that's won at Keeneland on that surface that they're entered back in here today in this entire 8-race card. So if you want to mark the 9 for Tom Humphreys, Mulberry Street's the one with the lone success.
I want to know how long it took you, Isaac, to figure that out. Or was that just information that was...
I said 10 minutes.
10 minutes. All right.
It's like the scene from, is it, not Road Trip, but one of those goofy comedy movies where just processing all these numbers. That's
I think it's Is it a Hangover?
There you go. That's the one, when they're going to Vegas.
The meme, the GIF.
Yeah, there you go. The GIF. Clocker report. We've got just one today with the scratch of the other. Race number 6, Diamonds, If You Do. 7 furlongs, a tricky distance for the debut, but worked 46-3 out of the gate on the 6th, so just 6 days ago, and galloped out strong in that local breeze. So mark the 3, Diamonds, If You Do, in race number 6.
Nice. All right.
Shall we move on?
I think so. We've got some pick 4 tickets to get to.
We do. Reminder, there's no turf pick 3 today, so focus your attention and your bankroll on the late pick 4, which will begin with race number 5. 5, 6, and 10, my 3 selections in here. Martini and Moonshine for Tom Amos. The number 6 is the top selection, Script for Graham Motion, half-brother to 2 turf winners, so the pedigree's there as he tries grass for the first time. And then the number 10 horse, Emirates Road, another one with some turf pedigree for Godolphin as he tries turf here for the first time today. 2, 6, 8, and 10. I think this is a tricky one. I'll go with Dallas Stewart with the first-time starter as the top pick. Going to respect the 6, Miha. Hopefully that she can bounce back off of that disappointing run on debut where she was the favorite, and she's got quite the pedigree in her own right for the Stone Street connections. And then 8 and 10 to the outside, Mischievous Gal for Andrew McKeever, and the 10, Her Ladyship, who's a half-sister to Spielberg for G. Watts Humphrey Jr. 1, 2, 4 in race number 7, that race that we've talked so much about. And then in race number 8, using 4 and 7. I think this is a situation, it's a fairly modest ticket, $36 investment in this pick 4. I might consider a little bit more coverage in the 8th.
Okay. Well, let's take a look at
it out there.
The sequence. A lot of our horses don't overlap, if I do recall, but in the last race. Anyway, in the 5th race, I did have some coverage with the 2, 3, 4, and the 10. The 2, Two Birds, 3, Penner Ash, who we'll talk about in a minute, the 4, Policy Option, and then the 10, Emirates Road. So opting for coverage in the first leg of the sequence. The 6th race, 4, 6, and 11. The 6, Miha, I agree with you. She's got a wonderful pedigree out of Rachel's Valentina by Curlin. I think she'll turn things around today, but also using the first stir coming out of my husband's barn, Tavali, the number 4 horse, and the 11, the Alley's Look, for trainer Brad Cox, a first-time starter. I'm going to key the 1, Forbidden Secret. I think that's one of those races where you either have a strong opinion or you need coverage. And I have a strong opinion for Forbidden Secret. I think he's an improving type, and I think he'll even improve with the added distance today. And then finally, we get to the last leg of the sequence, race 8, with the 3, 4, 10, and the 12. So the 3 and 4 making those surface switches for the first time today from dirt to turf, and the 10 ran fast enough to be considered in that race for Saffie Joseph Jr. last time out, and then my long shot angle there with the 12, Britain's Kitten.
So $24 investment from one Gabby Gaudette today, starting race number 5, 8 race card for the late pick 4. Don't forget there is an early pick 4, which will start in race number 2. Our best angles of the day, I'm going to go to the first leg of the late pick 4, race number 5, and tackle this turf event. First level allowance condition, the 1 mile distance, Martini and Moonshine, the 7-2 morning line favorite, who is the horse that I've got selected on top. This is a Malibu Moon colt for Raise the Bar Racing and trainer Tom Amos, who has come on in the last few and taken a step forward, especially off of that Kentucky Downs race, which we're going to get a chance to show back to you in just a bit. But I'm going to go ahead and box 3 horses, the top 3 selections in the exacta, 5, 6, and 10, the exacta box. And you see what the 6-horse Martini and Moonshine as we roll back the video. Obviously, the proven turf form is there with this 3-year-old colt, and he's going to try to kick it in here. You can see him reaching out in front of him, the white blaze down the center of his face and the white silks with, I believe, a blue or black tassel on top. But I think that off of this race, back here to Keeneland for the 2nd time in his career, caught a good listed turf course in his only other try, and that was in the Bourbon, the Castle and Key Bourbon, with Tiz the Bomb taking that one. So like the performance there, 7/8 up to a mile, even though that's that long stretch that can wear on a horse. I don't think that there was any excuse for that, but I think that that's a good enough effort for him to perform today. So 5, 6, and 10. The 6 has the turf form, and the 5 and the 10 have turf family. So that's the idea in boxing these 3 in this exacta box, which will cost you $6.
I like it. I think that's a very tough race. Some of these races are, I say this time and time again, but I think it's because of you can come from anywhere and win at Keeneland. Don't you agree?
As far as locations.
Locations.
Absolutely.
Wherever you've spent the summer. You don't necessarily think, or horses that have run at Saratoga over the summer don't necessarily dominate here. Same case for Ellis, or same case for Del Mar, wherever they come from. They can come from Belterra.
Horseshoe, Indianapolis.
Horseshoe, yeah,
Fandor
exactly.
Racing.
That's what makes these races so appetizing to bet, but also very difficult.
All right, you're going to stay in race number 5.
Well, my best angle scratched, Scott.
Okay, so what do we do?
And I don't have a backup
Oh, you
plan
don't
yet.
have a backup. Okay. So with that, let's go to Tom Leach.
We're going to the 5th race, number 3, Pinner Ash, 20-1, although I suspect that line will come down a little bit. The last race, the running line really is not the whole story. This horse broke on top, and the jock chose not to go on with him that day. And horse ended up in kind of a cluster of horses for most of the race, but really didn't throw in the towel until about the last 16th. So I liked the way that he tried for a long stretch, even though I don't think he was ever comfortable. They changed to Luis Saez today, and he could put this horse on the lead from the 3-hole and maybe never look back, and could be a nice price. 3rd time out could be the charm for Pinner Ash.
All right, fresh side bet of the day slate. You beat me 2-1 last week. Well, it's not fresh yet. Well, but go ahead and erase it. Can we erase it? We don't have that capability yet for the side bet of the day. We're starting over. It's not a meet-long side bet. It's a week-long, and these are the 2 items that folks will be playing for. I don't know if you can. Yeah, you can see them. They're silicone.
Yeah.
From the gift shop, so you don't have to worry about dropping them and breaking them.
Yep.
Throw your beer in there or whatever you want to do. So that's what the folks at home are going to be playing for. Hashtag Team Scott if you want to go with me. Hashtag Team Gabby if you want to go with Gabby.
I'm thirsty. Do you happen to have some water?
I do. There you go. Take a sip.
Okay. Is this the most obnoxious thing you've ever seen? I'm going to, you know what? I might even put it on Twitter to see if you actually finish this by the end of the card.
How about that being the side bet challenge of the day? If I can finish this.
Yes. Okay.
No.
Yes. That's actually a really good one.
No, that's not going to be hard. I thought we were going to do the Wednesday challenge.
2 of those, maybe 3 of those.
2? Now 2 is pushing it.
Okay. What's our bet today?
The Wednesday challenge.
Wednesday challenge, or should we do heads up and the feature? Because I like the 1, you like the 2.
It's all going to play out. Let's go longer. I want to play the long game today.
All right.
Let's go the Wednesday challenge. So that means races 3 through 8. Our top pick, a $2 win place wager on them.
Done.
All right. Looking
What
forward.
else?
What else we got going on? Besides that and 2 gallons of water for me to drink. How about looking ahead to the week? And this is one of the best days that we have each and every meet here at Keeneland. Tomorrow is Make-A-Wish Day. It's the 15th year for Make-A-Wish at Keeneland, and there are 11 special kids that will be honored tomorrow, I should say, with being Make-A-Wish Day. There's ways for you to donate, and we'll be definitely passing along how you can donate to Make-A-Wish tomorrow here at Keeneland. Also on Friday, another popular day, Keeneland Scholarship Day, presented by Lane's End, free fun day races for college and university students. Admission is free with a college ID. You could pre-register online by going to keeneland.com/CSD. And then the Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup is on Saturday, obviously taking on new meaning with the passing of the Queen earlier this year. And I don't know if you caught the story about planting cherry trees for the Queen on the infield here at Keeneland.
That's lovely. You know, she was such a horsewoman, such a fan of racing, such a fan of horses and the lineage of horses. She just constantly throughout her life educated herself on horses and pedigree, and you know, it's a huge loss to the entire world, but especially in the horse racing community.
Well, just the absolute verification of that was the story that Bill Farish, Lane's End, shared with us at the Keeneland September sale, how the Queen actually reached out to him and called him the day after Flightline won the TVG Pacific Classic by 19.5 lengths, and that was just days before her passing. She was involved and in tune with it until the very, very end. So it's a great story that Mr. Bill Farish shared with us, and it was actually documented, I believe, on Blood Horse or the TDN. So we will celebrate the Queen on Saturday, and then on Sunday, Keeneland Kids Club Day. That takes place from 12 to 4, and kids and their families will enjoy free general admission and access to reserved grandstand seating, and also activities that will take place between 12 and 4 in the North Terrace for Keeneland's Kids Club Day. So a lot to look forward to this week. Make-A-Wish Day, College Scholarship Day, Queen Elizabeth II Cup Challenge Cup Day, and then Keeneland Kids Club Day as the sun starts to peek out behind us for this 8-race card.
And Make-A-Wish Day is always one of my favorite days, especially if you're in years past on TVG, now FanDuel TV. We have the opportunity to meet some of the kids and be introduced to them throughout the afternoon, and I always love that. It's such a special, special day.
We look forward to it tomorrow. We look forward to this 8-race card ahead of us here today. Post time for the first, 1 o'clock Eastern time. For Gabby, I'm Scott, and the entire team here at Today at Keeneland. Enjoy it. Enjoy this first Wednesday of the fall.
One place you need to be. The place where history comes alive with every championship victory.
He's authentic indeed!
The place where the future is built with the fall of a gavel. The place that exists to be the heart of this industry. The center of it all. Home to the November breeding stock sale and 2022 Breeders' Cup. Keeneland.
This new Toyota Tundra is amazing. It's rugged and capable.
Designed, engineered, and built right here in the USA.
And Tundra is more powerful and more fuel efficient.
The iForce Max hybrid powertrain delivers 437 horsepower.
And with the multi-terrain select, no matter what the conditions are, it automatically adjusts the engine throttle and traction.
While the crawl control modulates the throttle and brakes.
When we say you can go anywhere and do anything,
Tundra really means it.
Yeah.
Toyota. Let's go places.
At this time, Keeneland welcomes Kara Shepard to the paddock. A Kentucky native, Kara is marketing coordinator for Privé Medical Spa. She sings and performs often following her time as a contestant on NBC's The Voice. And you can listen to her original music on all streaming platforms. First, My Old Kentucky Home.
Oh, the sun shines bright on my old Kentucky home. 'Tis summer, the people are gay. The corn tops are ripe on the meadows in the bloom, while the birds make music all the day. The young folks roll on the little cabin floor, all merry, all happy and bright. By and by, hard times comes a knocking on the door. In my old Kentucky home, good night. Weep no more, my lady. Weep no more today. We will sing one song for my old Kentucky home, for my old Kentucky home far away.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as you are able for our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? Thank you so much.
Keeneland is proud to recognize Karen Williams from the stewarding department as the Employee of the Day. Karen, congratulations.
In the event of an emergency, Keeneland is dedicated to ensuring the safety of our patrons. This video illustrates the proper evacuation protocol from all locations in the Keeneland Grandstand facility. Depending on the nature of the emergency, directions may be altered. Please remain calm and follow the direction of guest services and security personnel. Patrons should never use elevators during an evacuation. Patrons in the corporate boxes, Eclipse Room, and Phoenix Room should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the Lafayette Room, Keeneland Room, Lexington Room, and Kentucky Room should exit using the stairway located near Elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the third floor main clubhouse and clubhouse paddock dining rooms should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the Bluegrass Room and third floor ITW area should exit using the stairway located near Elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the Finish Line Room and Green Room should exit using the stairway leading to the North Terrace. Proceed down the stairs to the second level and through the doors outside. Proceed down the stairs to the ground level and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the outside reserved grandstand seats and boxes should proceed down the nearest stairway to the ground level. Proceed under the grandstand towards the paddock area and exit via the nearest point of exit, the South Gate or the East Gate. Patrons in the second floor main clubhouse dining room and Life Members Room should exit using the stairway on the south side of the administrative offices. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the South Gate. Patrons in the second floor clubhouse paddock dining room and clubhouse tavern should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the mezzanine bar and second floor ITW area should exit using the stairway located near Elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the sports bar and cantina should exit through the doors leading to the North Terrace. Proceed down the stairs to the ground level and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the lower club, clubhouse lawn, club lobby, and director's room should proceed toward the clubhouse parking lot using the nearest point of exit. Patrons in the gift shop should proceed toward the South Gate using the nearest point of exit. Patrons in the apron area should proceed under the grandstand towards the paddock area and exit via the nearest point of exit, the South Gate or the East Gate. Patrons in the equestrian room and first floor Brats and Brew should proceed towards the North Terrace and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the paddock area and North Terrace should proceed toward the nearest point of exit, the South Gate, East Gate, or North Gate. After evacuating the facility, please remain calm and follow the direction of guest services and security personnel in the safest route to return to your vehicle. Thank you for your attention and cooperation.
Good afternoon. Welcome to Keeneland Racecourse, where the main track is fast, the turf is good. The temporary rail is set at 10 feet on the turf course today. Time now for a look at the program changes. First race is where the first of the day's rolling doubles and pick threes begin. It also starts the early pick 5. There are no changes in that first event. Race 2, start of the early pick 4. Scratch number 4, Practical Sense. Also scratch 13 through 16. That's in the second race. Scratch the 4, Practical Sense, and also scratch the also eligibles 13 through 16. Third race, start of the pick 6, no carryover. In that third race, scratch number 1, Biggie. Scratch number 5, Winged Foot. Scratch the 8, Maasai Warrior. And scratch 13, Heir to Greatness, and 14, Aristocat. That's in the third race. Scratch number 1, Biggie. Scratch number 5, Winged Foot. Scratch the 8, Maasai Warrior. Also scratch 13, Heir to Greatness, and 14, Aristocat. Fourth event, start of the late pick 5. In that fourth race, scratch the 7, Cash Express. Also scratch the 10, Mundo Mix, and scratch 13. In that fourth race, scratch the 7, Cash Express, scratch the 10, Mundo Mix, and also scratch the also eligible number 13. Race 5, start of the late pick 4. Scratch the 1, Mazuma, and also scratch 13 and 14, Catnip and Breslau. That's in the fifth race. Scratch the 1, Mazuma. Also scratch 13, Catnip, and 14, Breslau. Sixth race. Take out the also eligibles, 13 and 14, Moral Turpitude and 2-Minute Lick. They did not draw into the race. Seventh event. Scratch the 3, Frank's Honor. Scratch the 8, Carmel Road. Also scratch 13, Counter Spy. Seventh race, scratch number 3, Frank's Honor. Also scratch the 8, Carmel Road. And scratch 13, Counter Spy. Overweight, number 12, Zaitsu, the jockey, 1 pound over. That's number 12, Zaitsu, the jockey, 1 pound over. Eighth and final event, carryover for the Toyota Super High 5, $7,947. Take out the also eligibles, 13 and 14. They did not draw into the race. Those are the current program changes. Time now to check in with Scott Hazelton and Gabby Gaudette.
Happy Wednesday to you, Kurt Becker, as we look forward to this 8-race card. First Wednesday card of the meet with the 3-day Fall Stars weekend kicking it off, and what a weekend it was. And this week promises to be just as exciting here at Keeneland Racecourse. But 8 races ahead of us, Gabby, and a Toyota Super High 5 carryover in the nightcap, which we'll be touching on in just a bit.
As you mentioned, 8 races on tap. I think we only agree in 1 race, so that just goes to show you how competitive the card is and just the quality of these fields throughout the afternoon.
Let's take a look at the penultimate race, the feature race number 7 here today. Part of that late pick 4, late pick 5, and late double as well. Carmel Road is scratched. The 8 horse he ran in the Claiborne Breeders' Futurity on Saturday, and he's headed back to Southern California to Bob Baffert. Counter Spy as a scratch, as well as Frank's Honor. So there are 2 horses that are going to vie for favoritism in here between the 2-horse Bourbon Spirit. Frank's Master, and even Forbidden Secret. I should say 3. I think the inside 3 that are left will be the 3 vying for favoritism.
Todd Pletcher having himself a fabulous weekend last weekend, winning the Grade 1 Breeders' Futurity and with Malathot, the Grade 1 Spinster as well. So hoping to continue that momentum on this Wednesday. We have the 2 Bourbon Spirit in there. And I also thought an interesting horse that many people aren't talking about, the 11, Nitro Man, is a big long shot, got a big figure, first time out, now stretching out in distance, an 8-length winner. So a very interesting group of 2-year-olds.
That is race number 7. Our feature, as mentioned, Toyota Super High 5 carryover from Sunday. Over $7,900, $7,947. That's race number 8. Another tough event, first level allowance condition race on the turf course, which is currently listed as good. But we're 20 out from the opener on this Wednesday card. There's a look into the paddock for the opener. Still 20 minutes away from post time. Start of the early pick 5, pick 3, and opening double of the day. Classic King is the number 1 horse. This is a race. The restriction, or the claiming condition reads 3 and up, which have not won 3 races or straight 3-year-olds. And this is a 3-time winner. He's a 3-year-old. He's a proven winner. I know he's tackling older, but he has proven time and time again that this horse knows what his job is, and that's to get to the wire in front. And he's back here down on the inside. We'll see what Florent Giroux is able to do with this 3-year-old son of the champion Classic Empire. But I gravitated towards him given the fact that he's the only 3-time winner in this group.
And what a claim this has been for Alexis Clare. Claimed this horse a few months ago for $15,000, has won 3 with him since then, including that nice allowance race last time out.
Let's go to the 6-horse Gabby's top selection. That is Belfast Boy for Rick Hiles. Blinkers come off, stays at the same level of 30,000 in which we saw him running at Churchill back just about a month ago.
I think he could get a pretty decent pace to close into today, and I also thought that when you look at the quality of the field last time out, it's definitely equivalent, maybe even a little tougher than what he faces today. And lastly, on top of that, he did experience some significant trouble in that event. He does need a fast pace to close into. I don't know how fast it will be. I'm hoping that a couple of runners in here hook up on the front end. The 4 Brondo might be forwardly placed. Obviously, there are some horses towards the inside that have some speed, but that's the one thing he'll have to overcome. I do think the class is there, though.
Arthurian, the number 3 horse, current favorite at 3-1. He might be part of the speed as well. They got ambitious. They jumped into a allowance condition off of that $16,000 win at Saratoga back in August. But that was with a move combined, the jump up to a first level allowance race with a move from New York to Horseshoe Indianapolis. And the gelding didn't run all that bad, but showing up here at Keeneland, I think this is the right move to drop him back in for 30. And obviously, Irad Ortiz Jr. is going to sway a lot of folks' opinions, and I think that that's what's going on with the wagering to have him now second choice at 3-1.
Oh, Kendrick Carmouche, who rode him to victory 2 starts back, is a very good gate rider, very aggressive as well. And I think that's the strategy, that's the approach that Irad Ortiz Jr. might take on this horse, because it seems like he gained so much confidence when he was on the front end. So we could see another aggressive ride by Irad Ortiz Jr. to just go straight to the lead.
Rondo, this number 4 horse for Little Bluebird Stables, Speightstown gelding. There is part of Team Lacey, the matriarch of Team Gaudet, rather, I should say, Team Lacey. Lacey, your sister, that's who conditions this gelding, but that's your mom there saddling this gelding up, and he looks for his 3rd win this year. He's had a nice year in Kentucky.
He has. He definitely fits with these. That was an open claiming race 2 starts back at Saratoga where he finished a good 3rd. Again, when you kind of look at the quality of that field, compare it to today, it's right there, maybe even tougher. He won that $20,000 claiming event back in the spring at Churchill Downs, and he's one that I don't know if he'll be on the lead, but he'll be sitting perhaps just off the pace of the 3 Arthurian.
The 5's for sure going to be coming from off the pace if he stays true to form, and that's the 3rd choice for me in this opening race. Son of Klimt for Steve Asmussen. Brian Hernandez sticks back around, gets back to dirt. They tried him in those 2 turf races at Kentucky Downs. Again, a situation where he didn't run all that bad. He didn't finish in the top 3, but still not bad races considering the higher level that he was running at. And he was a winner in a non-2 for 30 back just 3 starts ago. So that's the race I'm hoping surfaces here today with Brian sticking with this colt.
Yeah, he's definitely going to be one that has to come from the cloud. So, you know, between my top pick and Bonus Appreciation, they're both going to be hoping for a fast pace.
60 minutes away from race number 1. Best of luck.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's first race, 3-year-olds and up, with a claiming price of $30,000, 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track. No changes in the first. Double, pick 3, and early pick 5 wagering here. Main track is fast. The turf is good. The rail set at 10 feet on the turf course. Post time for the first is 8 minutes away.
Front side for race 1 on this beautiful Wednesday afternoon. As the sun shines, the wind has picked up, certainly on the front side. You can see the 5 picking up the energy right now. The 5 bonus appreciation for Steve Asmussen. Had a winner last weekend here with Private Creed in that Castle and Key, in the Indian Summer, there. So the barn, will they win this meet, which is nice to see. And this is a colt that looks nice. There's no question about it. The Asmussen runners always tend to if not always, absolutely every time, but bonus appreciation. I think that moving back to dirt will be a big plus for him in here. Belfast Boy, another one that caught my eye coming out for the warm-up. That's the number 6 runner for our Townsend Sparks. Bayern Gelding, sent out by Rick Hiles. Blinkers come off with Edgar Morales in the saddle. He's 7-1 right now as it stands on the tote board, but a nice appearance for him out there in his warm-up. And same for the 8, Editorial Comment. We didn't get a chance to touch on this colt as he wasn't in our top 3s for race number 1. Blinkers come off, Lasix for the first time. This is a huge drop down in class for Kenny McPeak. This is an Argentinian-bred colt who picked up some graded stakes races down there, and so often as it tends to go, it's one or the other. There's very little in between with these South American imports. Either the graded stakes winners transition into stakes company here and really are high level, and some just don't pan out. And I'm not saying that this won't pan out on down the line, but I think just a little bit in too tough in those first 2 starts between Saratoga and Churchill Downs, and takes the big plunge in class today at Lasix for the first time, which should be another positive. And he's getting bet 5-1 with Julian Leperoux in the saddle, a Argentinian-bred son of Il Campione, who's that son of Scat Daddy. So 5 minutes away from the opener here at Keeneland Racecourse. Best of luck.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's first race, start of the early pick 5. They are at the post. And they're off. There's editorial comment from the outside, broke well, but now drops back just a bit as they head up the back stretch. It's challenged for the lead by Red Label, who moves up from in between horses. Editorial comment does have a neck in front, though, as Red Label slides down toward the inside in second, continues to press the issue from there. Brondo is third. Bonus Appreciation is in fourth. Arthurian is toward the center of the pack in fifth. Belfast Boy is in sixth position. Classic King seventh. El Franco last of the 8, 22.74 seconds. The time for the opening quarter. Here's Red Label up the rail to lead. Red Label leads at 3/4 of a length. Editorial comment second a length. Brondo toward the outside is third a length and a half. Arthurian is fourth down toward the inside, still 5 to 6 lengths from the front. Bonus Appreciation on the outside of that one coming for the top of the stretch. And Red Label opens up on a 5-length lead past the quarter pole. Brondo is second by 2. Bonus Appreciation is third. Arthurian fourth down toward the inside. And then Belfast Boy fifth on the outside. Here comes Brondo trying to chase down Red Label. Only a length and a half separate the top two now. Red Label does have the lead. Here's Brondo on the outside, 16th to go. Brondo to the front. Classic King's going to run late. Brondo the leader, though. Brondo for Joe Talamo. Brondo to win it. Classic King was second. Bonus Appreciation was third. Red Label was fourth.
Brondo coming in from Maryland to take the candy here in the opener at Keeneland Racecourse from off the pace. This son of Spitestown able to run down the pace setter, the 7, who starts to get a bit leg weary here at this stage of the game, and he takes full advantage of it.
Yeah, at the top of the stretch, Scott, the 7 opened up by almost 5 lengths, and it looked like he was going to draw clear, run away clear from this field. But Brondo taking advantage of the fact that he just tired in the last 16th of a mile. Great ride by Joe Talamo, really strong and patient ride to get the victory in today's opener at 5-1.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's first race. Number 4, Brondo was first. Number 1, Classic King was second. Number 5, Bonus Appreciation, third. Number 7, Red Label, fourth. 4157, unofficial. Results of Keeneland's first race official, 4157, the official results. Official winner of Keeneland's first, number 4, Brondo in the winner's circle, owned by Little Bluebird Stables, LLC, of Joseph Tartaglia, trained by Lacey Gaudette, Joe Talamo, the jockey. Brondo is a 3-year-old gelded son of Speightstown and of Taurine by Flatter, bred in Kentucky by Green Lantern Stables, LLC. 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 17.49 seconds. Keeneland's second race upcoming, doubled in pick 3 wagering featured here and start of the early pick 4. Track is fast, turf is good today. In the second race, scratch the 4, Practical Sense, and also scratch the also eligibles 13 through 16. Again, scratch the 4, Practical Sense, and scratch the also eligibles 13 through 16. Third race, scratch number 1, Biggie. Scratch the 5, Winged Foot. Scratch the 8, Maasai Warrior. And scratch 13 and 14, Heir to Greatness and Aristocat. That's in the third race. Scratch number 1, Biggie. Scratch the 5, Winged Foot. Scratch 8, Maasai Warrior. Also scratch 13, Heir to Greatness, and 14, Aristocat. Fourth race, scratch the 7, Cash Express. Scratch the 10, Mundo Mix. Also scratch the also eligible number 13. That's in the fourth race. Scratch the 7, Cash Express. Scratch 10, Mundo Mix. Also scratch the also eligible number 13. Race 5. Scratch the 1, Mazuma. Also scratch 13, Catnip, and 14, Breslau. That's race 5. Scratch the 1, Mazuma. Also scratch 13, Catnip, and 14, Breslau.
Race number 2, 19 minutes to post. Race 2, a maiden 20 claimer, 6.5 furlongs on the main track. Key scratch of the 4, in my opinion. We're seeing the 10 right now as the favorite, and that is who we're taking a look at. Uptown Hustler is the gelding for Wesley Ward. He owns and trains this 3-year-old gelding that he bought out of the Keeneland November sale of 2019 for $34,000. Gave him a couple of tries against higher level company, both on grass. Now pulls the plug on that, drops in for 20, gets Irad to ride this gelding back. And we talked about it this morning on Today at Keeneland. Wesley not winning the races that you'd expect here as far as number of wins, but he hasn't run a lot. And he's going to be dropping some horses this week, which I think will change that in a heartbeat, really. And I think Uptown Hustler will be the beginning of that, and that's why he's 6-5.
Am I wrong in saying that that's kind of how his spring meet was? Did he start off a little bit slow and then really heated things up? And maybe we're going to see that for the fall meet, especially as we get closer to the Breeders' Cup. But Uptown Hustler, they're dropping in class. I can't say that I've loved either one of those performances, though, Scott, to make me want to use him on top at this price.
Well, you don't have him on top. You've got the 7 on top over the 10, who I've got second. And I think I don't want to say it's the flip of a coin, but this is Wesley Ward versus Jordan Blair in the wagering. And no offense to Jordan Blair, he's a very good conditioner who puts his horses in the right spot. And I think that this is a gelding that is in the right spot, showing up back on dirt. Hasn't really, in my opinion, run a bad race. So hopefully adding the blinkers today will keep this horse going near or on the front end, which I would probably be part of the plan here in race 2.
So my thought was, okay, he debuted at 7 furlongs against Maiden Claiming Company. He probably wasn't perfectly fit that day. It's hard to get a horse to be perfectly fit for 7 furlongs. And now, after 3 races, he comes back to the main track, which I think is a preferred surface, and he tries 6.5 furlongs. He's going to be a fitter, more mature horse to tackle this distance on the dirt once again today. And with the blinkers on, he very well could be the pace setter.
Conspiracy Fact is the number 3 horse, the final horse we'll talk about paddock side. Now, Alstall Jr., he is right now tied with Todd Pletcher for the most wins in the very early portion of this Keeneland fall meeting. Al sends this gelding postward here today, second off of a bit of a layoff, if you will. But that last race, I think, is what we're both looking at as a positive sign, the way that he was able to run when they dropped him in for 20 and also cutting back in distance to 7 furlongs, and now he gets to go 6.5 today, which should be a big plus for him as he sits right now 6-1 on the board.
Yeah, I think a little cutback in distance will certainly be helpful. But there are horses who are dropping to this level for the first time today, Scott. I can't say that I'm crazy about the fact that he has already been exposed at the $20,000 level, but again, the cutback is why I used him in the top 3.
Well, I think just to offset that sort of mentality is if you look at his price, he was 4-1. He was kind of the middle, near being favored, but at one point in time, it's going to be a horse's turn at a particular level, and that just means that the faster horses, they're graduating, they move on. And so it's sort of this revolving door sort of mentality. When does your number come up at that level? But, you know, at the same time, you've got other class droppers which will offset that. So that's the thing, the way you've got to, I think, approach these maiden claiming type races or condition claiming type races is have that mentality of, you know, maybe it's just their turn to win today because the faster ones have moved along.
Yeah, I'll agree with that assessment. And looking at the board, I think 5-1, 6-1, even maybe 4-1 seems like a fair price on this horse. But we know why the 10 is 7-5, and it's Wesley Ward. If this horse was trained by anybody else, he'd probably be a bigger price.
Yeah, 3-4-1. He'd probably be somewhere near that. So we'll keep an eye on the tote board for you and give you our front side thoughts when they come this way. We're less than 15 minutes away from race number 2 to start the early pick 4.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's second race. Maidens age 3 and up, a $20,000 claiming price, 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track. Scratch the 4 Practical Sense. Also scratch the also eligibles 13 through 16. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the early pick 4. Fast track, turf listed good, post time in 6 minutes.
Pushing the past performances aside and taking a look at these horses in their warm-ups, we'll start with the 3 Conspiracy Fact. Gelding that caught Gabby's eye and certainly should catch your eye as well. The way he's warming up, he's being played. He's 9-2 right now, and his last race was not bad, as we talked about at Churchill for maiden 20.
He just looks like a very strong horse, a very happy horse, and also speedy horse. He was on the track in the post parade, just really touting himself, just showing a lot of confidence on track today, Scott, which was really what you want to see.
I thought the 6 looked nice coming out. Blunder, he's a huge price of 21-1. He's been with Keith DeSormo. He's been with Tom Amos. They've not been able to get him to the winner's circle, but he's been claimed for $10,000. Obviously, in his last race by Robert Klein and these new connections in part by Robert Klein, he's 22% first off the claim. The changes here, he actually moves up in class just a hair and cuts back to 6.5 furlongs, but I thought he made a nice appearance out there with Johnny McKee.
I think his better races have come when he's been sprinting, so this might be the right move in cutting back off of the claim. You just don't know what happened to him last time out. He just stopped badly as the favorite.
And the favorite right now is Even Money. That's Uptown Hustler. He came out as soon as he hooked up with the pony and got in the post parade. His energy started to pick up. So positive signs from him as he gets set to look to break his maiden for Wesley Ward in the black and gold of Wesley Ward.
Yeah, the biggest question is, will this drop in class be enough? And can he run better on the dirt, especially at 6.5 furlongs? He's very strong, but he is a kind of a smaller individual, so we'll see if he can get the 6.5.
Even Money right now, less than 2 minutes away from the start of the early pick 4, which is quickly approaching 100,000 here at Keeneland.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's second race, start of the early pick 4. They are at the post. And they're off. Paid in Full broke alertly. Uptown Hustler is a step quicker. North Bay is right there in the opening strides. Uptown Hustler for the early lead from the center of the track. North Bay moves up into second. Paid in Full is third. Conspiracy Fact is fourth, up close down toward the inside. Azuro goes fifth on the outside as they head for the far turn. And then comes Private Connie, who is sixth in between horses. Gap of 3 more lengths then. Back to Grandtastic, just to the inside of Blunder. 23.02 seconds was the time for the opening quarter. They move on to the turn. Guided Arrow further back, nearly 10 lengths off the lead, joined by Loco. He Reigns is the trailer. Back up front, Uptown Hustler has a head in front. North Bay is there toward the inside, though, in second. Gap of 3 lengths. Conspiracy Fact is racing in third by 4. And then Paid in Full fourth. Guided Arrow comes up the rail fifth, still 8 lengths from the lead. North Bay and Uptown Hustler go at it for the lead. Guided Arrow is still 5 lengths away down toward the inside. Conspiracy Fact is lingering fourth on the outside. Uptown Hustler has the lead now out to 4 lengths, moving by the 8th pole. Guided Arrow keeps moving up the inside into second. There's a 16th to go. Uptown Hustler, 5 lengths to the good. Guided Arrow second, then Conspiracy Fact and North Bay. Uptown Hustler wins it for Irad Ortiz Jr. And then it was Guided Arrow home second, close for third, either Conspiracy Fact or North Bay for that third spot.
So 10-1 and a photo in race number 2 as the 10, the favorite, able to get the job done on the drop down in class for Wesley Ward. Uptown Hustler, sharp away from the gate, just tracked in about the 2-3 path down the backstretch, right off the pace setter, the 7, and then took over the race when need be and was able to hold on pretty easily.
There was nobody really making any bit of a threat in the late stages of this race. This horse put himself in a perfect position under Irad Ortiz Jr., able to press the early pace and then kick clear in the end by multiple lengths. 7-5 favorite getting the job done in race 2.
In the winner's circle for Keeneland's second race, number 10, Uptown Hustler, owned and trained by Wesley Ward. Irad Ortiz Jr., the jockey. Uptown Hustler, 3-year-old gelded son of midshipman. Covers the distance today in 1 minute 17.34 seconds for the 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track. Winner bred in Kentucky by Helena Warren. Results are official. 10-1-3-7. Results official for Keeneland's second race. Number 10, Uptown Hustler, was first. Number 1, Guided Arrow, finishing in second. Number 3, Conspiracy Fact, third. And the 7, North Bay, fourth. 10-1-3-7, official. Keeneland's third race upcoming. Race 3 at 1 1/16 will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the pick 6, no carryover, main track, fast turf, good, rail at 10 feet on the turf course. In this third race, scratch the 1, Biggie. Scratch the 5, Winged Foot. Scratch 8, Maasai Warrior. Also scratch 13 and 14. Again, in this third race, scratch the 1, Biggie. Scratch 5, Winged Foot. Also scratch the 8, Maasai Warrior. And scratch 13, Heir to Greatness, and 14, Aristocat. Fourth race, scratch the 7, Cash Express. Scratch the 10, Mundo Mix. Also scratch the also eligible number 13. That's in the fourth race. Scratch the 7, Cash Express. Scratch the 10, Mundo Mix. And also scratch the also eligible number 13. Race number 5, scratch the 1, Mazuma. Also scratch 13 and 14, Catnip and Breslau. That's race 5, scratch the 1, Mazuma. Also scratch 13, Catnip, and 14, Breslau. Sixth race, take out the also eligibles, 13 and 14. They did not draw into the race. Seventh event, scratch number 3, Frank's Honor. Scratch the 8, Carmel Road. And scratch 13, Counter Spy. That's the 7th race. Scratch 3, Frank's Honor. Also scratch 8, Carmel Road. And scratch 13, Counter Spy. Overweight, the 12, Zaitsu, the jockey, 1 pound over. Number 12, Zaitsu, the jockey, 1 pound over. Eighth and final race, take out the also eligibles, 13 and 14, Rough in the City, and El Ahijado did not draw into the race.
race number 3, maiden 30 claimer, a mile and 16th is the distance, so a first wire finish set up here. There's the number 10 horse, My Top Place, 6-1 lead actor for Chris Hartman. This is a gelding that was debuted for Ramaquet at Oaklawn Park, then moved to a new barn, Johnny Ortiz, over at Ellis, and things did not go well that day going a mile, but Chris Hartman went and dove in, took him for 30,000. Hartman's a very good trainer. He knows where to spot his horses more than anything. He's gelded him since that claim back on the 24th of July. So more than anything, I'm trusting Chris Hartman and his judgment to even show up here at Keeneland off of that dull of a race the day in which he took him over at Ellis.
Yeah, it was almost one of those instances where it's too bad to be true, right? Especially considering his first race wasn't so bad against much tougher company. You would think that he would be a little bit more live in that race, dropping to the $30,000 level. And Chris Hartman, I think it's very interesting that this horse comes back for $30,000. I just think maybe there's a little bit more to him as well. So I think you're onto something for sure.
Yeah, and it's the first time really truly two-turning, because at Ellis Park you've got that sort of 1.5 turn setup, that unique chute in which they start the mile races off at. Let's go to Gabby's top selection, paid twice for Oliver Racing and trainer Vicky Oliver. Now, this gelding has run for 30, but that was on turf. So they stay in the $30,000 level, and they show up here today on the dirt. So that's the change being made for the number 7.
It's the first time dropping to a tag on the dirt. Now, I know his last dirt race is nothing to write home about. He was 8th, beaten 23 3/4 of a length. But his first 2 races were okay. So I think the combination of coming back to the main track and the drop in class could wake this horse up.
Looking for a wake-up call on the 9 Shakedown Street, my second selection, the 9 for Steve Margolis. Right now 5-2, so folks are feeling the majority that today is the day that he will wake up. He adds blinkers. He stays at the same 2-turn distance in which they asked him in his most recent start. He had an inside draw, was not quick away from the gate, so hopefully more gate speed is in line with the addition of the blinkers here today for the 9 Shakedown Street.
Yes, and I just think he might be a fitter horse today, coming in his second start, going back-to-back long-distance races. And, you know, I don't know that he'll show much more speed, Scott, but that was a very slow pace, and nobody could really make up any ground in his last race. So perhaps a better pace scenario will help him.
You made the statement on today at Keeneland that horses win here at Keeneland coming from so many different venues, and looking right now at the number 5 horse, which is a scratch. We move on to the 6. So the 6 is where we move to with that late scratch. The 6 is BG Lee for Tom Vance. Second last time out at Colonial, back on dirt, and a horse that figures with Tyler Gaffleone in the saddle. 6-1 right now on the 6.
And he's improved with every start. Now, has he improved because it's been, the surface change to the turf, or maybe is it just experience? He's definitely better bred to handle the dirt, being a son of Fleet Alex. So I have reason to believe that he has just improved since his debut, and now coming back to the dirt, we could see an improved performance.
16 minutes away from race number 3. This one does start the pick 6 on this 8-race card. We had a few raindrops here just around the area, but it looks like these darker clouds will continue to move on past us and hopefully move quickly out of the area in what has been a very dry afternoon so far after some rain showers early this morning here in the Lexington area. Good luck with race number 3.
Horses are on the track for Keeneland's third race. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the pick 6. Fast track, turf listed good. Mile and a 16th here in the third race will finish in the short stretch of the first wire. Maidens age 3 and up, a $30,000 claiming price. Scratch number 1, Biggie. Also scratch the 5, Winged Foot. Scratch the 8, Maasai Warrior. And scratch 13, Heir to Greatness, and 14, Aristocat. Post time, 6 minutes.
Front side for race number 3, less than 5 minutes away from the start of the pick 6 here at Keeneland on this Wednesday. We look at King Doodle right now on the track, son of Into Mischief, who's going to get an opportunity to drop in for 30 and come to Keeneland for the second time in his career. He was debuted here back in October of last year, just about a year to the date, and ran into a tough customer that day, and Ignitus was 8th, beaten 22. Even the other time going a route ground in a maiden race was beaten 20 lengths to Ethereal Road, a horse that was in the Derby, and in fact is the reason why Rich Strike got into the Kentucky Derby, because of his late scratch that week. But looking at this gelding, I think that the level suits him more than anything, and he's run some credible races at Evangeline. So this is the point that I was going to make on the front side, or on the paddock side, excuse me, was that we see horses come in from so many different locations and win here at Keeneland. We've seen one come in from Collinsville, Illinois, formerly Fairmount Park Fandle Racing. We've seen New Mexico bred filly come in, Slammed, who's made herself one of the favorites for the filly and mare sprint for the Breeders' Cup. So you can't ignore horses like this coming from various locations. And this one comes in from Louisiana here today. Right now, 6-1 on the board. I think you could make cases for him, no doubt, especially for a horse that they bought for $350,000 last year as a 2-year-old. Previous connections did. Let's go to the 9-horse Shakedown Street for Steve Margolis. I thought he makes a nice appearance out there. He's a chestnut son of Klimt. That second time going a route of ground, hopefully can build off of that. Hopefully Giovanni Franco can get him involved in the race from this outside draw. But right now, as he sits at 3-1 on the board, he is the favorite in a very wide open start to the pick 6 here today. good luck for those of you getting involved in race number 3. Less than 3 minutes to get those wagers in.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's third race, start of the pick 6. First wire, they are at the post, and they're off. There goes King Doodle toward the inside, but here comes B.G. Lee from the outside, along with lead actor Scotch No Rocks and Liam the Brave, center of the track. Liam the Brave moves up on the far outside and has a narrow lead. Scotch No Rocks will go second. Lead actor will try to shuffle down toward the inside from third, back up into second, saving ground around the first turn. But it is Liam the Brave who's cleared with the lead, has it by a length. Scotch No Rocks is second. Lead actor wrestled back into third. B.G. Lee is fourth on the outside. Shakedown Street was wide in fifth around the first turn. Extravagate moves up a couple of positions against the rail, and then further back King Doodle, who's in between horses, and then the two trailers. You've got Paid Twice just to the outside of Spun Sun last. It was 24.46 for that opening quarter. Liam the Brave leads it by a neck up the backstretch. Scotch No Rocks is second by a length and a half. Extravagate is third down toward the inside by 3/4 of a length. And then comes Lead Actor in the fourth position. Shakedown Street is caught toward the extreme outside with B.G. Lee between horses, followed closely by King Doodle, and then Paid Twice and Spun Sun at the back. It was 49.19 seconds for that first half mile. Liam the Brave leads it. Extravagate goes to second, less than a length off the lead now. Scotch No Rocks is back in third position, followed by Paid Twice, and Paid Twice moves up the inside from fifth into third, 5 lengths off the lead, but already the front pair past the quarter pole. Extravagate moves up on the outside and has the lead top of the short stretch as Paid Twice tries to get going on the outside, but they're coming toward the 8th pole, and still Liam the Brave is there in second. Paid Twice is in third. King Doodle is fourth. Extravagate in front for Brian Hernandez Jr. Extravagate just drawing clear. Extravagate, the winner in today's third race. Across the wire, Liam the Brave was second, followed by Paid Twice third, King Doodle fourth.
.312.7 as Extravagate able to dominate this group as he passed the favorites at the coming around the turn, I should say, and he was able to kick on nicely here at odds of 4-1. The 12 did well to hold on for second. That was the pace setters, rather, with the direction I was going there, but he ends up holding on for second, and the 7 rounds out the trifecta. So
interesting, because this horse was actually the beaten favorite last time out for $16,000. Kenny McPeak deciding to step him up in class to the $30,000 level and getting the job done under Brian Hernandez Jr. Probably was the distance. He wants to go 2 turns, and he got it done today at 4-1.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's third race. Number 3, Extravagate, finished first. Number 12, Liam the Brave, was second. The 7, Paid Twice, third. And number 4, King Doodle, fourth. 3:12.74 unofficial. Unofficial winner of Keeneland's third race in the winner's circle, number 3, Extravagate, owned by Walking L Thoroughbreds LLC of Scott Leeds, owned also by Tommy Lewis. Trained by Kenny McPeak, the jockey Brian Hernandez Jr. Extravagate, a 3-year-old son of Arrogate, out of Firefly by Tappet, bred in Kentucky by Calumet Farm. 8.5 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 45.6 seconds. Results of Keeneland's third race official, 3:12.74, the official results. Keeneland's fourth race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 5. The main track is fast, the turf is good, rail at 10 feet on the turf course today. Once again, this fourth race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Scratch the 7 Cash Express. Scratch the 10 Mundo Mix. Also scratch the also eligible number 13. That's in the fourth race. Scratch 7 Cash Express. Scratch 10 Mundo Mix. Scratch the also eligible number 13. Race 5, scratch the 1 Mazuma. Also scratch 13 Catnip and 14 Breslau. That's race 5. Scratch the 1 Mazuma. Scratch 13 Catnip and 14 Breslau. Race 6. Take out the also eligibles 13 and 14. They did not draw into the race. 7th race. Scratch 3 Frank's Honor. Scratch 8 Carmel Road. Scratch 13 Counter Spy. That's the 7th race. Scratch 3 Frank's Honor. Scratch 8 Carmel Road. Scratch 13 Counter Spy. Overweight, number 12 Zaitsu, the jockey 1 pound over. Number 12 Zaitsu, jockey 1 pound over. 8th and final race, take out the also eligibles, 13 and 14. They did not draw into the race.
Race number 4, 18 minutes to post. This one does start the pick 5, late pick 5 here today. 20,000 claimers. Namwood is a 2 lifetime. You and I both have Coastal Chaos as our top selection. Coastal Chaos is a big price right now, 9-1 for Lynn Cash and his Built Right Stables, a Golden Sense gelding who put together an effort to win at Charlestown around the bull ring there, gets an inside draw. Hopefully he can ride the rails to victory in the way that he did in that most recent start at Charlestown, and hopefully the light bulb stays on.
Yeah, some horses love Charlestown, some don't. This is a horse who actually has raced at Charlestown before in the past. I think it was just a light bulb, but I also think this horse wants to go a distance of ground. Now, comparing a mile and a 16th at Charlestown to a mile and a 6 at Keeneland is it's pretty much, you can't compare the two. But I do think this horse could ride that into today's race, and I like the fact that he brings them back for 20,000, Scott. I mean, this just seems like the right level for him.
Seems like the right level for the 3 as well. One More Baby broke his maiden for 20 at Saratoga, going a mile and an eighth, and there are a few distances over tracks that are more unique than that. It's one of the most testing distances that you can ask a horse at Saratoga, especially over that surface. Then his follow-up race was at a mile there at the Spa and has been claimed in his last 2 starts. So Robertino Diodoro, here's another barn that you've got to trust when they're claiming horses, and that's what's going on here right now. He's 25% first off the claim. That's the win percentage for the barn, and right now 3-1 on One More Baby.
Yeah, this seems like a good claim. It claimed him for 25,000 last time out, brings him back for 20,000. I just don't think that the mile suited him. I know they went kind of a slow pace, but I think a mile and a 16th, a mile and an eighth just helps this horse kind of catch his breath.
Sono Grato is the number 2 horse, 7-1. Son of Orb, class dropper. With so much of this discussion in these days and races like this is going to be about who's dropping down in levels, and he's another one of them that is. He's 1 for 19 lifetimes, so perhaps the move down will be something that wakes him up.
The only problem with him is that he comes from the clouds, Scott. He just does not have a lot of natural early speed. There's not a lot of pace in here. Maybe the 10 Mundo mix could be forwardly placed. Other than that, it's kind of inconsistent speed, so that's the biggest thing going against him.
Maybe some speed from the outside. We saw the 12 clear in that most recent race and held on for second. Can't Hush This do that here today for Hutch Hassapple, who has had a solid year, 21% on the season for this barn.
You're right. I overlooked this horse. I think he should be able to be on the lead, and he could mix it up on the front end with the number 10 Mundo mix. But that was a very tough race that he comes out of. That race at Ellis in which he won is definitely comparable to the field that he faces today.
15 minutes out from race number 4 here at Keeneland, as we're getting a little bit more rain in the area, perhaps passing shower as we've experienced a couple of times over the course of the afternoon. Nothing significant as of yet, as we'll be kicking off the late pick 5 here with race number 4. Good luck.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fourth race. 3-year-olds and up with a $20,000 claiming price, a mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering started the late pick 5. Scratch the 7 Cash Express. Also scratch the 10 Mundo Mix. Also scratch the also eligible number 13. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Main track is fast, turf listed good, post time at 7 minutes.
Here's a look at the one horse coming off that win at Charlestown for trainer and owner Lynn Cash. Coastal Chaos, showing some good energy coming out onto the track with the pony for the post bred, that son of Golden Sense. And here's another aspect of when you're handicapping horses from this barn. 14 races for this gelding this season. They ask a lot of these horses. Lynn Cash likes to run his horses frequently. That's evident here by this horse. You're going to see a horse by the name of Beverly Park later in the week. He was in the same situation. So the reality, too, is that they've given this horse 3 weeks off-ish from the 29th of September to October 12th. We'll see how he responds with that. They've wheeled him back quickly oftentimes in his career. So that's something that he is used to here. Coastal Chaos, who is 7-1 right now, down a tick from when we were over on the paddock side. We're going to take a look at the 9-horse Mulberry Street. And as he's into the bridle for his warm-up, like to see that under Declan Cannon. Part of the focus on today at Keeneland, we showed you a segment, hometown advantage, home field advantage, however you want to view it. He's the only horse in this race, or in this race card, that has won at Keeneland on the surface in which they're entered to run in here today. So do what you will with that. Just an interesting stat on the fact that the 9 at 13-1, he's the only one that's tasted success at Keeneland on the card so far that we've seen, or in the entire card, I should say. So we'll see how that pans out here at this kind of a price. And then quickly over to the 11-horse Kiss Principle. Thought he looked fine from the outside with Joe Johnson in the saddle. There he is warming up for the Red Dog, Gary Hartledge, 1 for 12 in his career. This is a difficult race. That the reality of it is it's tough to gauge who's going to show up on a certain day, especially with the short run into the first turn, the first wire finish. A lot of variables, a lot of factors to take into consideration here for race number 4. But best of luck for those of you playing. Started the late pick 5 for Keeneland's Wednesday card.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's fourth race, start of the late pick 5. First wire, they are at the post. And they're off. There goes Preston's Bird, and there goes Can't Hush This. Can't Hush This rushes right to the front, coming away from the starting gate. Can't Hush This clears the inside traffic, gets over to the rail, and leads the field by a length now, heading down into the first turn. Preston's Bird swings toward the outside in second. Coastal Chaos is at the rail in third. Right it on the ice alongside that one in fourth. Zipper Zapper between horses is in fifth. Kiss Principal wide around the first turn in sixth. One More Baby hugged the rail around the turn. It's back there in the seventh position. Followed by Mulberry Street in 8th. Sono Grotto is in 9th, and Malibu Time is last of the 10. The opening quarter, 23.85 seconds. Up the backstretch, Can't Hush This is the leader by 1 length. Preston's Bird is second, a half length. As they head for the turn, Kiss Principal far outside is there in third, now challenging for second. Coastal Chaos is down toward the rail in fourth, just over 2 lengths from the front, then righted on the ice, 48.55 seconds for the first half mile. Can't Hush This, the leader, and the lead out to 2.5 lengths onto the far turn. Coastal Chaos is now in second position by a margin of just over 2 lengths. One More Baby moves up the inside third. Kiss Principal is losing ground, dropping back through the pack, righted on the ice, moves by that one to the outside, and Sono Grotto fifth toward the inside, but 10 lengths from the lead, and the leader's already past the quarter pole. Can't Hush This, top of the short stretch, 5-length lead as they turn for home. Coastal Chaos is second by 6, then Sono Grotto just to the outside of One More Baby, coming toward the 8th pole. Can't Hush This is the leader. The lead is still just over 4 lengths. Coastal Chaos is second by 4, then Sono Grotto in third, followed by Mulberry Street in fourth. Can't Hush This in front for Gabriel Saez. Can't Hush This wins it. Coastal Chaos was second, Sono Grotto was third, and Mulberry Street was fourth.
If you were to write a manual on how to win a race from an outside post at 1.1 miles with a first wire finish here at Keeneland Racecourse, that would be exactly how you do it. Gabe got this horse to clear from the outside, got him on the front, switched him off, and had plenty left in the tank to win this one easily in the end at odds of 3-1.
I talked to the trainer Hutch before the race and asked him where does he want to see this horse. He said he wants him to break well, clear the field, go to the lead, and that played out to perfection. Congratulations to Hutch, who's not only the trainer but also the owner, and this is his first victory at Keeneland Racecourse.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's fourth race. Number 12, Can't Hush This, was first. 1, Coastal Chaos was second. 2, Sono Grado third. 9, Mulberry Street fourth. 12-1-2-9, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's fourth race, the unofficial winner, number 12, Can't Hush This. First Keeneland victory for owner-trainer Hutch Holsapple of Toledo, Illinois. Gabriel Saez is the winning jockey. Can't Hush This, the 3-year-old gelded son of Not This Time out of Aw Hush by Awesome Again, bred in Kentucky by White Fox Farm. 1 minute 45.52 seconds. The time for the 1.1 miles over the fast main track. Fourth race, results official. 12-1-2-9, the official results. 12-1-2-9, the official results for Keeneland's fourth race. Keeneland's fifth race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 4. The turf is listed good, rail at 10 feet. Scratch the 1, Mazuma. Also scratch 13 and 14, Catnip and Breslau. Again, scratch 1, Mazuma. Also scratch 13, Catnip and 14, Breslau. Race 6. Take out the also eligibles. 13 and 14 did not draw into the race. Seventh race, scratch the 3, Frank's Honor. Scratch 8, Carmel Road. Also scratch 13, Counter Spy. That's the 7th race, scratch 3, Frank's Honor. Scratch 8, Carmel Road. Scratch 13, Counter Spy. Overweight, the 12, Zaitsu, the jockey 1 pound over. Number 12, Zaitsu, the jockey 1 pound over. 8th and final race, take out the also eligibles, 13 and 14. They did not draw into the race. Turf is good, main track is fast.
18 minutes away from race number 5. Pick 4 begins here. Late pick 4 begins here. First level allowance condition on the turf course still listed as good. And we're looking right now at Tom Amos, trainer of Martini in Moonshine, who's there in the saddling stall as well. The colt by Malibu Moon. We showed you the backtrack from Kentucky Downs on the 3rd of September. Put together a strong effort that day. I think that building off of that race and getting a little bit more ground to work with, Gabby will do this horse some good.
I actually liked the turn back in distance for this horse last time out. He kind of looked like he was maybe a little distance limited, so the cutback in distance to 7 furlongs I thought was helpful, and he got a fast pace to close into. Now he stretches back out to the mile, Scott, and we'll see if he can continue that momentum.
Let's go over to the number 2 horse, Two Birds, for Jeff Hiles, a birdsong gelding Keeneland graduate, earned a strong number last time out in that turf debut. So we'll see if he can take a step forward here for Jeff Hiles and Joe Talamo.
Yeah, he definitely outran his odds last time out at 22-1 against Starter Allowance Company at Kentucky Downs. 6.5 furlongs, we say, at Kentucky Downs usually plays more true to a mile at Keeneland. So I like the added distance that he gets today. And I just think he's an improving horse, Scott. His maiden race at Keeneland was not good. He came back to drop in class, and everything finally came together for him 2 starts back. I think that served as a good confidence booster for him.
The 5 is 9-2. Right now, that is the favorite, showing you how difficult this race is. And there's a look at the 5, still waiting to get saddled up for Graham Motion and Stone Farm. Homebred for Stone Farm here in Kentucky, a son of Algorithms who comes from a family of turf winners. The colt's a half-brother to a couple of turf winners, so they're going to take their shot here today off this 8-month layoff, training up at Fairhill in Maryland to ready for this Keeneland debut.
I think this horse will be on or near the lead. It just looks like he has a lot of natural speed. I know he didn't necessarily show that first time out, but that's how he won. And his maiden scored a couple starts back at Aqueduct. And plus, he's coming in off the layoff, so you'd imagine he might be a little bit fresh.
Policy option is the 4. That's what we'll move to next. Empire Maker, 5-year-old gelding. He's a 3-time winner from 20 starts on the grass, and he gets back to the turf off of a quick turnaround. They ran him back quick off of that Kentucky Downs 3rd in that first level allowance race and ran him a 1-turn mile at Churchill. So back to a setup, I think, and a surface that it looks a little bit more proven over.
I think that's a good sign, though, that he's coming back off of relatively short rest. That allowance field last time out was just way too tough. So a drop in class coming back to a preferred surface off short rest means that the horse is doing well.
And then finally the 10, Joel Rosario, going to be wearing the Godolphin Blue Emirates Road, son of Quality Road, Brendan Walsh. Changes being made here, first time on grass. He's been gelded since his last race, which was 3 months ago at Churchill Downs, and has the family on the female side to win on the grass. He's a half-brother to a couple of turf winners, so we'll see how Emirates Road fares as he's 5-1 right now.
Yeah, I think his last race was disappointing. His last 2 races were disappointing. So Connection's just trying to go back to the drawing board to get the most out of this horse. He's bred to handle the turf. Very curious to see if he can improve and get back into his best form.
14 minutes to post. Race 5, start of the late pick 4 this Wednesday here at Keeneland.
Horses are on the track for Keeneland's 5th race, the Glen Oak. 3-year-olds and up in this allowance at 1 mile on the turf listed good, rail at 10 feet. Scratch the 1 Mazuma. Also scratch 13 Catnip and scratch 14 Breslau. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 4. Turf is good, track is fast, post time in 5 minutes.
Looks like a stiff warm-up for the 3-horse Penner Ash as he moves over to that far turn in his warm-up the wrong way. Colt by Curlin with Luis Saez in the saddle. Here's the 3, currently sitting at 9-1.
This is, I think, a Tom Leach long shot of the day as well, but the reason why I wanted to talk about this horse is because of his looks. He just looks incredibly strong, Scott. My goodness. He's got such a strong shoulder, strong hind end. He just looks very, very fit exiting that race at Kentucky Downs. Also looks like a very racy individual. And given the warm-up, I think we're going to see a performance similar to the debut where he showed speed out of the gate, won by 5. We talked about this. Kentucky Downs is a quirky racetrack. It's a quirky turf course. Some horses don't necessarily like it. I think that might be the case for him.
Martini and Moonshine, Tom Amos, I had a chance to speak with him. He said that race at Saratoga 2-back was a race, a get-ready race. So what that means, he needed the race, and he obviously built off of that with his run at Kentucky Downs. He says the distance will not be a problem whatsoever. He's the 7-2 favorite right now as these horses have moved to the front side. I liked everything that Tom Amos, his trainer, had to say to me about Martini and Moonshine.
And he looks good. Another one that looked incredibly fit. You could see that those last 2 races has really taken him to the next level in terms of fitness.
The 7 Baj is 9-1 right now. A Can the Man Gelding, who broke his maiden last time out at Kentucky Downs at the same 1 mile distance. He looks like a true miler.
It took him a long time to finally break that maiden, but it was only his second start for Paulo Lobo, who's had such a phenomenal year, hitting at 22%. He's been live with the horses that he has raced here at Keeneland thus far, and I just thought this horse had a nice presence to him. Some of the horses on the track were really on their toes, kind of getting a bit keyed up, but he was very calm and acting very professionally this afternoon.
Wanted to go back to the 5 horse to see how he's doing in his warm-up, because there was an instance over in the paddock where he just refused to move forward. There was something that caught his eye, and he just would not continue to walk around the new walking ring there in the paddock side here at Keeneland. So obviously getting away from that situation, getting out into a more environment that he's more used to, certainly has settled him down. And he's, just to me, looking at his build, he looks like a turf type of horse. So at 5-1, nice to see that he settled in. He didn't get too over the top. They did a great job, Grand Motion and his team, to get him settled in and get him move forward without being overly aggressive with him to get him moving, and it's worked out for him.
Yeah, I haven't seen any issues trackside. Scott, I was looking at him as he came through the tunnel and onto the track, and he's behaved thus far.
Pick 4 begins in race number 5 here at Keeneland. Good luck.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 5th race, the Glen Oak, start of the late pick 4. They are at the post. And they're off. There goes Penner Ash out for the lead. Martini and Moonshine is up close in the opening strides with Beige on the outside. Beige puts ahead in front as they head to the first turn. Two Birds going to kick in now to the inside of Pinner Ash. Moves by that one, moves by Beige, and goes to the lead. It is Two Birds to the front. Midway on the first turn, leads it by just 1 length. Beige goes second by 2. Pinner Ash third against the rail ahead. Martini and Moonshine is now fourth. Camp Daddy fifth between horses. Script sixth back toward the inside. Kentucky Mist wide and seventh off the first turn. Master of the Ring is eighth, and then Mom's Moon in ninth. Break of nearly 5 more lengths to Emirates Road, and Policy Option side by side at the back. Opening quarter, 23.46 seconds. Two Birds is the leader for Joe Talamo. Two Birds guides the field up the backstretch with a 5-length advantage now. Back to Beige and second, a length and a half. Martini and Moonshine has lost one position. Pinner Ash moves back up the rail in third. In fact, Martini and Moonshine is dropping out of the race. 47.05 seconds the time for the first half mile. Midway on the far turn, Two Birds is the leader. Still a 5-length lead. Beige is now cutting into the margin, starting to chase down the leader from second by 2. Pinner Ash is third by 2. Script is fourth to the inside. Then Camp Daddy. Mom's Moon swings wide outside of Kentucky Mist. Two Birds the leader. Two Birds chased by Beige and Pinner Ash. Script toward the inside. Two Birds. Beige alongside. Pinner Ash from the outside. And then comes Script out toward the center of the course. Here's Pinner Ash coming forward. Pinner Ash ahead in front from Beige in second. Script is running on late. Here comes Script trying to chase down the top two. Here's the wire. Script, the winner. John Velasquez had it timed just right.
He sure did, Kurt Becker. That was a brilliant stretch run from Script. That first time on the grass paying off for the son of Algorithms. Had his mind on racing once he got out onto the front side, and that's evidenced by what he was able to do on the turf here today.
And we could see a couple of horses making that late move from off the pace, the 3 being one of them. Pinner Ash, it looked like he was going to get up for the victory, but Script with that last move from off the pace gets up in time, and a winner at 6-1 if you liked him. Very nice price. Congratulations to the connection, Stone Farm and trainer Graham Motion.
Photo finish, hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's 5th race. Number 5, Script, finished first. Number 7, Beige, was second. Number 3, Pinner Ash, was third. Number 4, Policy Option, fourth. 5-7-3-4, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 5th race, the Glen Oak unofficial winner, number 5, Script, owned by the Stone Farm of Arthur Hancock III, trained by Graham Motion, John Velasquez, the jockey. Script, a 3-year-old son of Algorithms out of Dilly by First Samurai, bred in Kentucky by Stone Farm, 1 mile over the turf, listed good, 1 minute 36.42 seconds. In the winner's circle, the Glen Oak Trophy presentation to the connections of Script. Results of Keeneland's 5th race official. 5-7-3-4, the official results. Keeneland's 6th race upcoming. Main track is listed fast. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Take out the also eligibles 13 and 14 did not draw into the race. 7th event, scratch 3, Frank's Honor. Scratch 8, Carmel Road. And scratch 13, Counter Spy. That's in the 7th race. Scratch 3, Frank's Honor. 8, Carmel Road, and 13, Counter Spy. Overweight, the 12, Zaitsu, jockey 1 pound over. 8th and final race, take out the also eligibles. 13 and 14 did not draw into the race. Main track fast, turf good.
Race number 6 starts the late pick 3 here at Keeneland Racecourse. 2-year-old fillies, maiden special weight event worth $100,000. And right now we're taking a peek to the 2-horse at 6-1. Soul Titles Ready. This was a difficult race to sort through the days leading up to this card. Gabby, in my opinion, I just really didn't have much of a feel for it. And I ultimately went to this horse for Dallas Stewart, who wins a fair amount when it comes to first-time starters. Like the pedigree, Mr. Fipke has a wonderful breeding program, and he's taken this mare, Soul Title, to More Than Ready, and this is the result, this 2-year-old filly. So a sharp workout was another reason, a couple of sharp workouts to ready for this debut over at Churchill Downs. Hopefully Tyler can get her away from the gate and get her into a good spot early on.
Yeah, most recently 4 furlongs and 47-4, third best out of 22 that day. That was at Churchill Downs, but this horse has a nice pedigree. I agree with you, Scott, that I thought this race was very, very tough to read. And in these instances, sometimes you have to look at the board and see where the money is going, and it's still perplexing. The 6 is opening up as the 2-1 favorite, and I can get that, but none of these first-time starters are taking a lot of money.
And Mija will go to the 6. She's your top selection. This is Stone Street through and through, right? She's by Curlin, Horse of the Year, multiple Horse of the Year, one of the top stallions in the game right now, which was campaigned. He was campaigned by Stone Street from their Grade 1 winning filly, Rachel's Valentina. So was it more the pedigree? What was there just so much hype around that for the way that she was played on debut? She was over even money that day at Saratoga, and she really didn't run a jump. So what version of Mija are we going to get here today? And as she sits as the favorite with 16 minutes to post.
Yeah, and I'd say 2-1 kind of makes sense, but I don't know that she's not being bet like she's completely live, not being bet like she's completely cold. I think kind of somewhere in between. I took the approach that it was too bad to be true. Todd Pletcher saying that, over the course of the summer, the surface at Saratoga was very deep, and usually it is, but maybe misjudged the fitness of some of his younger horses, first-time starters, and we'll see if she can improve. I think that she can turn things around at Keeneland today.
My second choice is the 8 Mischievous Gal, Andrew McKeever, with a Practical Joke filly that has come in with, again, some decent workouts. She worked in 48-2 out of the gate here at Keeneland back on the 30th of September, had a follow-up workout, looks like a maintenance drill of 102-1. But Andrew McKeever's good in these situations. The stats are backed up with a 19% strike rate, first-time starter winners, and when he debuts horses in a maiden special weight, it gets even better. Andrew McKeever knows where to spot first-time starters. Maiden special weight debuters for McKeever, 27% win rate.
Yeah, and 2-year-olds have been very good as well. Curious to see what this daughter of Practical Joke can do, and curious to see her come trackside so we can get a closer look at her.
And she's a big price, 22-1. Tavali, the number 4, we move over there as she's still in the all-weather stalls getting prepared for her debut. This, the daughter of Cairo Prince, making said debut.
Yeah, I'm using her in second, but I will say that her trainer, my husband, Norm Cassie, maybe she is one that could eventually need a race, but she looked like she was taking a little bit of time to come together, at least with her workout. So we'll see what she's capable of, but Cairo Princes and their progeny can strike early sometimes.
Let's move over to the 10. Another first-time starter, this a homebred for G. Watts Humphrey Jr. She's a well-bred filly. She's by Bernardini, who's developed into one of the top broodmare stallions in the game. And obviously, we're a ways away from her moving into that role as a broodmare. She's just a 2-year-old filly, but good pedigree, half-sister to Spielberg, who was a nice stakes winner. There's 2-year-old Precocity on the dam side. Rusty Arnold, he's not known first time out, but he can get it done. And at odds of 26-1, I gravitated towards this filly based on the pedigree and the connections.
And I'm thinking with the pedigree, Scott, I'm thinking that this is probably a stepping stone to stretching out to 2 turns. As you mentioned, Rusty Arnold, not always known for winning first time out, but perhaps running well first time out and then taking home the prize money second start when they stretch out to a distance of ground. I kind of read that with her.
The Alley's look is where we'll end this conversation. Paddock side, a first-time starter for Brad Cox. Florent Giroux gets the call, 8-1 on the board, makes her part of the third, fourth choice portion of the wagering right now.
for a Brad Cox first time starting 2-year-old at Keeneland, I'd say she's a little chilly on the tote board. Would you agree with me?
No question.
Okay. I think that's
We'll
all we need to say.
Okay.
But we'll take a closer look at her when she comes here trackside.
13 minutes, now 12 minutes away from race number 6, start of the late pick 3.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 6th race, the Calumet maiden special weight 2-year-old filly 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Take out the also eligibles 13 and 14 did not draw into the race. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Post time in 7 minutes.
Very well-behaved group of 2-year-old fillies here. We're at race number 6 through the post-parade and through their warm-up. We'll start with the 2-horse Soul Titles ready. Saw nothing in watching her come out to the track that changed my mind about my top selection here in race 6.
Yeah, when you look at some of these fillies in this race, Scott, it's pretty apparent that some of them will prefer to go 2 turns, and some of them might not be 100% ready to win today. Now, this filly, on the other hand, she looks very fit. She looks racy. She looks very powerful in her hindquarters. So all of those things to make you think that she can win at 1 turn today.
I get that vibe from the 3. The 3 is a big stout filly by Nyquist. They bought back in March. They had a 2-year-old in training sale for $300,000. So she had to be an early type, and obviously they've waited to the fall for her to make her debut, and she was one of the clocker picks this morning on Today at Keeneland.
Yeah, she looks great. And not only does she look great physically, but she's been acting really nicely on track too. When I was watching some of these fillies parade next to the ponies, she was definitely one of them. Just the extension in her walk and her jog and just how she's been behaving this afternoon. I thought that she was one of the most impressive on track today.
And Mikel Michel is her rider, getting the opportunity here at Keeneland. There's the 8-horse Mischievous Gal for Iroquois Racing Club and Andrew McKeever. Another one that I had in my top 3 that not turned off by any means by the way that she looks out on the track.
She almost still looks like she has a little bit more growing to do, Scott. She's kind of built downhill a little bit, which goes to show you that, I mean, she still has all the bits and pieces there. She might be able to outrun her odds today. But a good-looking filly, I still think she has a little bit more growing to do, though.
And there she is, as it looks like even the rider, that is Declan Cannon, may have lost his goggles due to her rearing up. Something we'll keep an eye on
and we'll get you more information if there's any more to pass along. But there's a look at the favorite Miha, the well-bred filly for Stone Street Stables. Less than 3 minutes away from race number 6 here at Keeneland. Good luck.
Your attention, please. A late scratch in Keeneland's 6th race. Scratch number 8, Mischievous Gal. On the advice of the state veterinarian, the stewards have scratched number 8, Mischievous Gal. Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 6th race, the Calumet.
Come on, Joe, give us some good news. Sun came up this morning. You know the great Joe Talamo? No. You still got 2 out. You should be my age. I should.
They are at the post. And they're off. Miss Shipman and Miha both have early speed. Diamonds If You Do is up close. Harmonica now bursting through a crowd and comes to the front. Harmonica, the leader. Beautifulness going to move up to the inside second. Miha settles back into the 3rd position. Miss Shipman, 4th up on the outside. Diamonds If You Do is backed away down to the inside into the 5th spot, nearly 5 lengths off the lead as they head for the far turn. And then comes Guns and Lilies up on the outside. Roses and Rosé, who is next in 6th between horses. Tavali is 7th. So Titles Ready is in 8th onto the turn. Her Ladyship is 9th as they round the turn. And then further back to the Alice Look. 22.99 seconds was the time for the opening quarter. Beautifulness up the inside, ahead in front. Harmonica 2nd by a length. Miss Shipman 3rd by a length. Diamonds If You Do is 4th down toward the inside. Miha is in 5th. Guns and Lilies goes a wide 6th, heading off the far turn to the top of the stretch. Sold Titles Ready still far back at the back of the pack as they turn for home. Beautifulness with Diamonds If You Do finding an opening toward the inside. Diamonds If You Do comes up, puts a head in front, leads at a half length now. Beautifulness is in 2nd. The rest are far back. Guns and Lilies in a tussle for 3rd. But in the final furlong, Beautifulness fighting back to the outside of Diamonds If You Do. Beautifulness has a head in front once again. Beautifulness wins it a neck. Diamonds If You Do was 2nd. The Alice Look came from way back to be 3rd. Miha was 4th.
1-3-11 and a 21-1 Beautifulness able to pull this one off for Eddie Keneally with Luis Saez getting her back into the race and out finishing the number 3 who had looked like she'd won it, Diamonds If You Do.
She really did. The rail opened up perfectly for the number 3, Diamonds If You Do. She looked like she was going to blow past the one Beautifulness, but she came back. She had so much tenacity in the end. Definitely did not look like a 21-to-1 shot winner, but she throws it down and gets the job done. Big long shot to win race 6.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 6th race. Number 1, Beautifulness, was first. Number 3, Diamonds If You Do, was second. Number 11, the Alice Look, third. Number 6, Miha, fourth. 1, 3, 11, 6, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 6th race, the Calumet, the unofficial winner, number 1, Beautifulness. The winner owned and bred in Kentucky by Andrew Knapchick and Buck Pond Farm Incorporated of Doug Arnold. Eddie Keneally, the trainer. Luis Saez, the jockey. Beautifulness, a 2-year-old Uncle Mo filly out of Michelle by Elusive Quality. 7 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 24.9 seconds. Results of race 6 official. 1, 3, 11, 6. The official results for Keeneland's 6th race. In the winner's circle, Darrell Hayes, stallion manager for Calumet Farm, makes the trophy presentation for the Calumet to the connections of Beautifulness. Keeneland's featured 7th race upcoming, 1.16 over the fast main track, which is listed fast. Race will finish in the short stretch of the first wire. Starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. Scratch number 3, Frank's Honor. Scratch the 8, Carmel Road. And scratch 13, Counter Spy. Again, scratch 3, Frank's Honor, 8, Carmel Road, and number 13, Counter Spy. Overweight, number 12, Zaitsu, the jockey, 1 pound over. 8th and final race, take out the also eligibles. 13 and 14 did not draw into the race. Main track fast, turf good.
late double time on the Wednesday card. 8 races today. First level allowance condition optional $100,000 tag. These are 2-year-olds, and they'll be going a mile and a 16th. So first wire finish and that quick run up into that first turn. Bourbon Spirit, the number 2 horse, is the current 2-to-1 favorite. This race changed a lot with the scratches. Carmel Road, as we've discussed earlier today, actually ended up running in the Grade 1 Claiborne Breeders' Futurity. That's why he's not here, and he's back en route to California to his trainer, Bob Baffert. But Bourbon Spirit, I thought that race in defeat was solid at Monmouth Park. Brad Cox told me earlier today the reason they're taking the blinkers off is that he just wouldn't settle. And if you watch back the Sapling Stakes that he comes out of, that was the case, and that's what cost him in the end. And he actually ended up holding on and finishing second, holding off Major Dude, who would come out of that race to win the Grade 2 Pilgrim Stakes. So you got to respect the company. And also this colt was beaten by Lost Ark, who ran in the Grade 1 Claiborne Breeders' Futurity and finished 6th in that field.
Yeah, it was a productive field. There's no doubt. It was a little stakes race at Monmouth Park. But I think the biggest thing, the key point to what you said, Scott, is that he was a little bit too keen last time out, per Brad Cox. And I think the blinkers off will help him, but also the fact that this is his second time going long. When you stretch a 2-year-old out who can be a little keen from 5.5 to a mile or 5.5 to a mile and a 16th, they can be a little bit too aggressive early. So I think the key is second time going long, he can settle.
2-to-1 right now on the 2. Let's go to the 1 horse, Gabby's top pick, Forbidden Secret. He is the second choice as it stands right now, and there's clear separation between these inside 2 horses versus the rest of the field from a parimutuel standpoint. Colt by Outwork. Took him 3 starts to break his maiden, but he just did so at the Belmont meet at Aqueduct, and that was less than a month ago. So comes down here to Kentucky to get ready for this first try against Winners.
Yeah, I've seen a progression with each and every start, and I think it's because of race experience, but I also think it's because the distances have gotten longer. Finally, third time was a charm for him, and that was stretching out to 7 furlongs. A relatively quick turnaround, but Scott, the key thing for him is the rail. I think he should be able to be on the lead from the rail with Irad Ortiz Jr. and getting 2 turns. A mile and a 16th, to me, the way he's progressed as the distances have got longer, I think he'll deliver his best.
The number 4, Traffic Master, he was 46-1 when he broke his maiden in his last race at Churchill Downs. Right now, 16-1, so not being completely dismissed, but regardless of whether you like him today or not, the leap forward that he took in a positive way in that maiden special weight was massive. And it's not easy to win at Churchill Downs, and certainly not easy to beat 11 other horses in just your second career start. So you've got to pay attention to what this cross-traffic colt was able to do for Marcassi.
And he did things pretty professionally in that victory, too. He broke in the middle of the pack going the 1-turn mile at Churchill Downs, but he rated nicely, and he won by a nose, and that just goes to show you kind of how much heart this horse had coming out of the stretch.
Nitro Man, the 11 horse, Johnny McKee, will be riding for Dennis and Terry Wells, and Kentucky Derby winning trainer Eric Reed setting out this runner, son of Accelerate, who blew the doors off of a field up at Belterra Park in Ohio from post position number 1, won by 8 lengths in the end. But this is obviously a massive step up in competition from what he saw at Belterra.
It is, but remember what I said earlier, horses can win coming from anywhere in terms of different racetracks, different circuits right here to Keeneland. We've seen horses win from Belterra, we've seen horses win from Indiana, from Colonial, from Brusque Isle, wherever, all across the United States. And this horse, there's no doubt, he was impressive first time out. Now, this is a big test for him, going from 6 furlongs to a mile and a 16th, but I think the horse just has raw talent, so we'll see what he's capable of today.
Another good race here on this Wednesday card. 2-year-olds going 2 turns at a mile and 1/16th. Again, first wire finish here in race number 7. Good luck.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's featured 7th race, the Diamond A Farms Allowance Optional Claiming Race, for a price of $100,000. 2-year-olds going a mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Scratch number 3, Frank's Honor. Also scratch the 8, Carmel Road, and scratch 13, Counter Spy. Overweight number 12, Zaitsu, the jockey 1 pound over. Starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. Post time at 5 minutes.
There's a look at the number 4 horse. That is Traffic Master, colt by Cross Traffic, who surprised folks in that maiden win. But looking at him, looks very nice out here on the course, and he's come down to 9-1 currently.
Yeah, he does. Now you're getting a fraction of the price that you got last time out, but still getting some value if you like him. He's just a long, lanky-looking horse, Scott, so I do think physically he should be able to improve, stretching out to 2 turns on the dirt for the first time, and just very fit. Good muscle tone. Yeah, there are a lot of things to like about this horse today.
The 7 American Blaze, he's taken some action. He's live on the tote board. We saw him dip down to, I don't know if it was quite 9-2, but at less than what he is right now at 6-1. So you've got to pay attention to the way that these horses are being played. And this Son of American Freedom comes out of that common race with Bourbon Spirit. And that was the first time that the colt was able to go 2 turns, and he's come back with some quick workouts, especially most recently on the 29th.
Yeah, Bourbon Spirit in there, Lost Ark, Major Dude. We talked about the productivity of that race. And now in his third start, you would think that he is going to be at peak fitness. He's been training well, training forwardly for this particular race. But I just liked how he was acting. He just seemed very professional today.
The number 9 horse, colt by Candy Ride, Confidence Game for Don't Tell My Wife Stables, Keith DeSormo. He's another one that could improve getting away from that grade 3 type race that he was facing off against at Churchill Downs. It thought he looked nice out there as well.
Yeah, he's on his toes, Scott. I think we're going to see him maybe show more speed like he did 2 starts back at Churchill.
And then finally, the number 10 horse for Kenny McPeak, Hayes Strike for Dixiana Farms, colt by Connect. Broke his maiden at Ellis Park. The follow-up was also a performance in the grade 3 Iroquois Stakes where he was 4th.
So I overlooked this horse a bit, but because he has been a little hot and cold. His first race, he did not show up. His second race, he won by almost 5 lengths, and then he came back with some traffic trouble in the grade 3 Iroquois and finished 4th, all considering 57-1 that day. He actually ran pretty well. I will say that physically on the track, I probably prefer the 7 American Blaze, but mentally how these horses are behaving, their professionalism, I'd probably go to the 10 Hayes Strike.
Just taking a last look at the tote board, 3-1 on the 2, 7-2 on the 1. They're cooling a bit. We're seeing that action back in on the 7 at 5-1. The 7 is ultra live on the tote board. We're 1 minute away from race 7.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th and featured race, the Dime a Day Farms. First wire, they are at the post. They're off. There's Forbidden Secret out for the lead from the inside. Forbidden Secret immediately to the front. And here comes Nitro Man being ridden along here early to catch up with the leader just off his flank into the first turn. Zaitsu going to be out in the center of the track, a close third. And then Bourbon Spirit down toward the inside in fourth. Traffic Master is fifth. Confidence Game moves by on the outside, 1 spot from sixth. American Blaze moves behind him in seventh, and a gap of 3.5 more lengths back to Moe's Treasure in eighth between horses. Hayes Strike, who broke last, is ninth, picks up one position on the outside, and Redeemer is now 10th and last. The opening quarter went in 23.54 seconds. Forbidden Secret, the leader. Forbidden Secret leads it by 2 lengths. Zaitsu goes second by 2.5. Confidence Game third. Traffic Master moves by to his inside from fourth. American Blaze fifth up on the outside, followed by Nitro Man, who's now dropping out toward the back of the pack. Bourbon Spirit and Moe's Treasure move by that one. Redeemer has to thread the needle from last, moves up 2 positions into 8th. Hayes Strike is 9th. Nitro Man now last, 47.74 seconds for the first half mile. Forbidden Secret leads. Forbidden Secret leads it by nearly 3 lengths around the far turn as Traffic Master is being asked for more, but yet to respond. Then a gap of nearly 4 more lengths back to Confidence Game, who's starting to catch up to at least battle for second, but still well behind the leader. 8 lengths from the lead, and we're into the short stretch here. Forbidden Secret has gotten away with a widening 7-length margin back to Traffic Master in second, Confidence Game in third. Redeemer has gone to fourth on the outside of Moe's Treasure in fifth. Forbidden Secret, though, still has a 7-length advantage. An ongoing battle for second, well behind Forbidden Secret. Irad Ortiz Jr. aboard for his second win of the day. Close for second. Either Confidence Game or Traffic Master for runner-up. Behind that pair, Redeemer was fourth.
Well, speed is good in any horse race, we know that, but especially when you're going 2 turns at a mile and a 16th here at Keeneland. Irad Ortiz Jr. using that early speed and dictating everything that went on here in race number 7. That's back-to-back wins for this Keeneland January sales graduate from 2021.
Todd Pletcher and Irad Ortiz Jr. had quite the weekend last weekend here at Keeneland. Todd Pletcher taking home 2 grade 1s, continuing the momentum on this Wednesday with a very impressive winner at 7-2.
Photo for place. Hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's 7th race. Number 1, Forbidden Secret, finished first. Number 9, Confidence Game, was second. Number 4, Traffic Master, was third. Number 5, Redeemer, was fourth. 1945, unofficial. Into the winner's circle for Keeneland's featured 7th race, the unofficial winner of the Diamond A Farms purse, number 1, Forbidden Secret, owned by the Red Oak stable of Stephen Brunetti, trained by Todd Pletcher. 2 wins today for Irad Ortiz Jr. Forbidden Secret, a 2-year-old son of Outwork out of Market Buzz by Aftermarket, bred in Kentucky by Dr. Sherry Lee Talofsky. Keeneland January sales grad Forbidden Secret gets the mile and a 16th. Over the main track listed fast in 1 minute 45.62 seconds. Results of Keeneland's 7th race official. 1945, the official results. Keeneland's 8th and final race upcoming, carryover for the Toyota Super High 5 of $7,947. Turf listed good, rail at 10 feet. Take out the also eligibles 13 and 14 did not draw into the race.
8th and final here, 17 minutes to post. Just had about a 10 minute downpour here, which for the time being has moved out of the area, but there are some dark clouds out to the west of us, so something to keep an eye on. But this race on the turf course, turf has been listed as good throughout the entire afternoon. So we're looking right now at Legionnaire, the number 4 horse. My top play, colt by Into Mischief, half-brother to the Toyota Bluegrass Stakes winner, art collector Tom Drury Jr. was his conditioner at that point in his career before he transitioned over to Bill Mott's barn. But we'll see if Legionnaire, how he handles the turf. That's what I'm hoping, is that he can run like his brother did on it, because that's what art collector was doing in his early days.
He's definitely bred to handle it. And look, this is the time to try a different surface. This horse faced First Level Allowance Company last time out, and he was a little bit disappointed in that event. So I think the surface change, if he takes a liking to the turf, then Tom Drury and the connections have options with him moving forward. He's bred to handle it. He liked the muddy sealed track, which sometimes can translate to the turf.
Britain's Kitten on the outside, 25-1. Your top play, Gabby, for Brian Williamson, last seen at Ellis about a month and a half ago, running on a firm listed turf course.
I don't think this horse should be that big of a price, though, because when I was looking at this race, there are a couple of horses that are trying the turf for the first time today. They may like it or they may not like it. So you want to go to horses who have proven themselves on the turf. This horse ran huge in that allowance race back in May at Churchill Downs. He almost won that First Level Allowance race. He lost by a nose that day, and he came back to run a good second most recently at Ellis. His turf races are fast enough to be competitive with this field.
Coleridge, the number 7 horse, he's the even money favorite right now. Would have never expected to see a horse at this price at any stage of the wagering, but that's what we've got with this Juddmonte homebred colt by Uncle Mo out of the Empire Maker First Dam Assured. He broke through with a maiden breaking score at Gulfstream Park over Firm Going. We'll see how he handles the moisture in the turf course, which obviously there's plenty of now, or I shouldn't say plenty of, but more following that rainstorm that rolled through the area.
And 2 very different performances that we saw from him in his lone 2 starts. Scott, his first start, he was 47-1, and he ran to that. He finished 9th out of 12 horses that day, but then he came back with an impressive victory. So kind of a Jekyll and Hyde type of horse thus far. I know it's hard to judge a horse off of just 2 races, but I just didn't get a good gauge on him. But considering how he's being bet right now, he looks live.
The 8 is 9-1. That makes him a 4th choice if my eyes are serving me correctly, and I believe that's the case. Great Heart for Johnny Ortiz, 2 solid races on the turf, but the reality is this horse has been solid throughout the course of his career, whether it be dirt or turf. So the expectation should be that he's going to come with his best shots, as he has, it seems, each and every time.
He closed from well off the pace to get up for second last time out. I just don't know that pace is going to come back to him, but we'll see.
And finally, Rhetoric, the number 3 horse, Keeneland graduate for Brendan Walsh, SF Racing, Starlight Racing, Matacat Stables. Some of the heavy hitters that we have in the game right now. Didn't quite work out the way that they planned on the West Coast. Did break his maiden at Los Alamitos back during that short summer meet, but the 2 races this summer at Del Mar just not living up to expectations, so moves to a new circuit and now obviously a new barn as well, moves to Brendan Walsh, and then changing things up by trying him on grass today.
I know he only has 1 victory, but his races are fast, Scott. 87, high 80 buyer speed figures. That would put him, if he can run those figures on the turf today, that would put him in the winner's circle. He's by Quality Road. He's out of Hard Not to Like, a very accomplished turf mare in her own right. He's bred top and bottom for the surface. I think this is a very interesting move.
The nightcap is in front of us, 13 minutes to post. Race 8, they'll move on to the grass course to round out this Wednesday card at Keeneland.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 8th and final race, the Mercer Mill, an allowance for 3-year-olds and up at a mile over the turf, which is listed good, rail at 10 feet. $7,947 in the Toyota Super High 5 carryover. Take out the also eligibles. 13 and 14 did not draw into the race. Again, turf listed good, post time in 5 minutes.
Taking a closer look at the field here on the track, the number 3 Rhetoric is the horse we will start with. Once again, son of Quality Road, who obviously can produce horses that take a liking to the turf, but also out of a very, very nice turf mare and hard not to like. She actually did at one point in time beat the likes of Tepin, champion turf mare herself. So I think the transition here will be just fine. I just wonder what kind of trip he's going to get down on the inside. His lone victory came when he was on the lead, and that was sprinting at Los Alamitos. He didn't really show any speed. I shouldn't say he didn't show speed last time out, because he didn't really have a very good trip that day, but I'm thinking that he could maybe sit a stalking trip under Joel Rosario, and physically it does look like he should be able to make this transition nicely to the turf. As we move along to the 6, Wake Surf, this is a horse that I didn't really consider, at least from looking at the past performances, but maybe I overlooked him a little bit. Yes, it was a little disappointing last time out at Kentucky Downs, but his race at Ellis was actually quite sharp, and that was his first race off of the shelf a little bit. He looks like a fit horse coming out of that race at Kentucky Downs, but he's also kind of a lighter framed horse, which I always like on a turf course that has a little bit of moisture in it. As Scott mentioned just a few moments ago, we just had an absolute downpour for about 10 minutes, so that's something to consider. I definitely liked this horse a little bit more after seeing him on track. The number 10, Axthelm, is a horse shipping here for trainer Saffie Joseph Jr., and if he runs back to his last race at Kentucky Downs from a figure standpoint, that could actually put him in the winner's circle. It was a fast race. He got an 84 Beyer speed figure that's certainly comparable to the field that he faces today. And talking about fitness and just confidence, that's definitely what I see from this horse on the track today. And then finally, we get to the number 4 Legionnaire, and Scott had mentioned that this horse's pedigree and Tom Drury, the experience with the half brother. This horse, he looks like he should be able to take to the turf. He has a big flat turf hoof. My only concern is that he's a big horse. He's physically in his size, he's just a very big horse. So we'll see if he's a horse that can take a liking to a turf that might have some moisture in it. Now, mind you, we have had rain today, but prior to today, we haven't had any rain. So it's a really tough thing to try to get a gauge of what the turf course is actually like out there. And who might take a liking to it. So we'll see. A very, very competitive race, or competitive way to cap things off here in race 8.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 8th and final race, the Mercer Mill.
More than I can count too. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, a lot. Yeah, yeah. I'll give you a 2. All right, now we're down to 2. Okay, good. Cool.
They are at the post.
The door's open up here, guys. Go get him. Go get the front.
Closing up the gate door for Legionnaire number 4. And now for the 5, Bay Street Money. All in line. Ready for a start. They're off. There goes Bay Street Money out for the lead. Rhetoric there to the inside. Wake Surf is there up on the outside. Here's Wake Surf moving forward for the lead, but Rhetoric is there to press the issue down next to the rail. As they enter the first turn, Bay Street Money is running in third. Axthelm is fourth up on the outside. Reward Night toward the rail, saves some ground in fifth as they head for the backstretch. Coleridge is toward the inside, also saving ground around the turn in sixth. Britain's Kitten seventh. Watch the Music eighth. Junior's Gift is ninth. And then as they enter the backstretch, Great Heart is back there in the 10th position, followed by Legionnaire, who moves up one spot from last around the outside of Cool Rags, who is last, 24.23 seconds for the opening quarter. Wake Surf leads midpoint of the backstretch by a length. And then Rhetoric is second by a length. Bay Street Money third by 3/4 of a length. Reward Night is fourth, a half length. Axthelm is fifth up on the outside. It was 48.68 seconds for that first half mile. Then Britain's Kitten and Watch the Music as Coleridge is shuffled back to the inside. Junior's Gift moves up a few positions but caught 4 wide, now up to fifth. Midway on the far turn to 6 lengths from the front. Coleridge is going to look toward the inside, still 7 from the front. Wake Surf is the leader, a length and a half. Bay Street Money second. Axthelm swings up from the outside third. Rhetoric in fourth. Reward Night is fifth. And then Watch the Music sixth. Coleridge is seventh. Has to switch to the center of the course, 8 lengths from the front. Bay Street Money to the lead. Axthelm coming on. Wake Surf there to the inside, followed by Reward Night. Deep stretch for Bay Street Money. Reward Night makes a final try. Bay Street Money in front. Bay Street Money wins it. Reward Night was home second. Multiple horse photo to separate third, fourth, and fifth.
Trainer Mike Maker on the grass to close things out here at Keeneland on the Wednesday card. Bay Street Money at odds of 4-1, hitting his best stride at this stage of the race at about the 5 path, and goes on with it to win this one pretty easily.
Yeah, this horse really lowered himself at the top of the stretch and was so game coming down the stretch as well. We see a late challenge, deep stretch from the 2, Reward Night, but he simply just ran out of real estate. The 5, Bay Street Money, first time for Mike Maker, gets the victory.
Photo for show. Hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's 8th and final race. Number 5, Bay Street Money first. Number 2, Reward Night second. Number 10, Axthelm third. Number 7, Coleridge fourth. Number 3, Rhetoric fifth. 5-2-10-7-3 unofficial. Results of Keeneland's 8th race official. 5-2-10-7-3 official. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 8th race, the Mercer Mill official winner. Number 5, Bay Street Money, owned by Sanford Gold Farm, trained by Mike Maker, Gerardo Corrales, the jockey. Bay Street Money, a 5-year-old gelded son of Street Sense out of Collect the Cash by Dinah Former, bred in Kentucky by Adena Springs. 1 mile over the turf listed good, 1 minute 37.55 seconds. Pick 6. Consolation 4 of 6 pays on 4 of 6 today with a carryover $17,862. Again, the pick 6 pays on 4 of 6. There will be a carryover better than $17,000 for tomorrow's card. No carryover for that super high 5. Late pick 5 pays on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. Again, the pick 6 carryover $17,862.48 pays today on 4 of 6. Trophy presentation. The Mercer Mill Trophy presented to the connections of Bay Street Money. Second floor grandstand, including the sports bar and the mezzanine bar, will remain open for simulcasting for another 30 minutes. You may advance wager any races scheduled to occur after that time. For now, on behalf of Keeneland, thank you and good evening.